like to welcome everyone to the Suwannee County Board of County Commissioners meeting, budget workshop of August 4th, 2021. At this time, if you would please stand for our invocation and our pledge led this morning by Commissioner Land.
Good morning. Let us pray. Lord, we come to you this morning with heavy hearts for Mr. Danny Watson and his family and the tragedy that they're going through, as well as Mr. Bruce Branch and his family. We don't have all the answers, but this community's lost two good men, and we pray for their families and what they're going through, and ask that you continue to guide and watch over them during these times, as well as all the families of our community that are enduring pain and suffering. We ask that you watch over this board, help us make wise decisions that will be mindful for generations to come, and lead us to make great decisions on their behalf. We ask all these things in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Once again, this morning, I'd like to welcome everyone, and we'll just get right into it. First item of business this morning is Supervisor of Elections Office, Ms. Jennifer Kinsey. Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning.
Morning.
Everything's good, right?
Well, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I think this is the first time you've ever been before the board here.
I've come with Glenda before, but never, yeah, she's always done this
Never-
part.
yeah, all right.
And y'all were really good to her. I mean, you didn't question anything. You know,
Hey,
we can continue on with that.
is there any particular thing that you wanted to point out, Ms. Jennifer, or?
Well, just the biggest increase in the budget, I told most of y'all, was the retirement line, because Glenda was figuring out the drop rate, and mine's the elected official rate, so that was the biggest increase. And then stuff we have to do for the handicap accessible voting machines, that's a big increase, so, and that's state mandated.
Right.
So it's going to be a big expense this year.
Gotcha.
Do I have any questions for Ms. Jennifer? Anyone on the board?
Nope.
I do not.
I don't.
Everybody good? I think everybody's good.
Okay, good deal. Thank y'all.
Thank you so much.
Jennifer.
Thank you.
Next item of business is Property Appraiser's Office, Mr. Ricky Gamble. Commissioner Gamble, welcome, sir.
Well, thank you, Chairman and Board. A little different on this side. But I know what y'all's day is going to look like ahead of you, so I'll keep it short and sweet. It's pretty self-explanatory. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer. Not much change, a little bit of increase, but we're coming in there trying to bring some things up to date, and that's pretty much where it stands. If y'all got any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
I'll just ask one, just elaborate on what you're saying, just for public knowledge,
As far as
bringing things up.
bring this thing up to, I think I talked to a couple of y'all about it. We're behind on our making it around the county. Statute says you got 5 years to go from parcel to parcel to parcel throughout the county. It's taken us about 6.5, maybe 7. So we put a couple trucks in there, and 2 new positions to come in compliance with that statute. That statute's based on how many parcels you have in the county versus how many field appraisers you have. So that's just to bring that up to speed, up to date, so that we come in compliance with that. The other thing is just getting the things that we need in the office. We just got scanners, started using email more. So it's just things that they hadn't been doing that's just typical office expenses that we're starting to do now.
These are positions that you have in the field, you said, like checking all the parcels and everything?
Yeah, doing new construction, commercial, ag, parcels, residential. Every time a building permit comes through, We have to go lay eyes on it, measure it, take pictures of it, put it back, and then bring it in, assess it, put a value to it, and put it on the roll. And that's what the field guys do.
Okay.
And statute says you have to make that round once every 5 years, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it, we're not in compliance with that.
I was gonna ask, why are we so far behind on it?
Just manpower. We got 4 guys that do it, and we got 18,000 parcels. And then on top of your parcels, you got the building permits coming in, and it's just more than they can handle. Because they don't just go out and do the assessment. They go out and look at the property. They come back. They have to mark it up on the property card, make the changes. They give the changes to the secretary that goes in and keys everything and enters it, and then they have to then take a day and review it. So they may be in the field 4 days out of the week, and then they'll spend a day or a day and a half reviewing everything that they changed to make sure everything was accurate that went on there, that they assessed it, and that the right square footage goes on, the right value that they determined goes to it. So it's just a lot of paperwork and pencil pushing.
Any other questions for Mr. Gamble?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Seeing none, sir.
All right,
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Moving ahead to Mr. Barry Baker, Clerk of the Court. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, I got 19 pages today, and I'm stuttering a little bit, so if y'all could just bear with me, all right. Now, if you look at our budget, it's the front page here. It'll give you kind of a breakdown of our cost. Our total cost, our total increases would be $38,159 for the upcoming year. That's a 50-cent raise included, as well as 1% longevity that we've been doing. It also includes it's the FRS changes, and it includes the insurance changes. It's where that's it's the majority of what we're looking at in our budget. I will tell you that we have a sheet, and I put it out at each of your places. It's the ADG. Our finance software is a software package, and we're looking at something that can be shared by our office, the sheriff's office, as well as the county offices. It's where that we had put this in the budget a couple years ago, and we've been rolling over $150,000 towards this, so there is that money already set aside. We were hoping last year to finish it up so that we could get it. Our finance software was put in place in the mid-90s. Things have changed a lot since then. It's where this finance software is not just finance software. It does like your tracking of your assets. It tracks. It does utility billing, which you would have for your water and wastewater. It does your time card. So it does so many things. If you look right there, it does all those. We're hoping that this price can be dropped some. It's where if it is, it's where that we're hoping to take out some of these modules. I've asked for clarification of what some of those modules are. I was talking with Randy about it the other day, and that's what he was asking for as well. And I sent it also to Michelle and stuff in the sheriff's office. So hopefully we can get this number down somewhat. It does include a server that's would be about $52,568. So total remainder that would be needed would be about $203,918, and like I say, I'm hoping we can still get that down another 40 or 50,000 on top of that. But we're having a lot of difficulty with this as far as trying. It's just the software is so old. We just really need some help with this part because of issues that we're running into on our security and stuff like that. So,
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
yes,
Mr. White.
Mr. Baker, the time clock system,
yes.
is that for the whole county, or is that just for the clerk's office? What do we got there?
No, it's where that Randy and them had talked about it. It's where the sheriff's office and them were also interested as well. It can this stuff can support up to five constitutional officers that they said, or 5 offices. So it's where that it can be expanded.
So, because this is a big question, I've been asking about this for a while now, because I've been watching this go on with the whole time clock system.
Yes.
We've got one that we paid a lot of money for that is no use now.
Correct.
This time clock system you're talking about with the software, is it remote at all these places? Like in Brantford, we got the mine, we got, different locations, people are clocking in, clocking out. Is it going to streamline that where it comes to finance? How is that going to work?
It wouldn't come to finance. I think it would just come to your departments. And so it's where that,
I don't think we have the details on this
Yeah.
thing yet. They offer a module for that. My understanding is that it's working with fire rescue in another county, which is the most difficult piece of it.
Yes.
Now, if that's the case, we will work with them and make that determination before we actually contract for that particular module of this system. But we need to replace what we have.
Oh, no doubt.
The one that we have works to some extent, but it doesn't do everything that they told us it was going to do. That company had sold 3 or 4 times, so we haven't been able to get anything out of them. But we need to update it. We need the software. Now, Nina and Keith and I will struggle through this, to be honest with you, because if we get this new finance software that we need, it's going to be a nightmare trying to understand how to use it, because it's going to be a framework that we have to fill in everything in order to get it to work. So we dread that, to be honest with you. But at the same time, I recognize that when the software that's there today was customized and built for this county, that was the way all counties had to work. But it is dependent on the person that's maintaining it. And it's easy, as long as we're able to maintain it. It's been great for us, but we're trying to think ahead.
Well, my only concern is we just make sure it's going to work,
Well, we're going to go do some field trips. The plan is to go probably 1st of September. We're trying to get a date that everyone can go, and we're all going to load up and go talk to some counties that are actually using this before we consider writing a check.
yeah, instead of just having a vendor come and speak to us, I wanted to see how it would work in the field, and Randy and them had expressed the same thing. I think Michelle and them are looking to go over to Columbia County to their sheriff's office there to see how it's working, because that's where they use this program.
Well, I think the big
We're
thing
looking
is
to
fire
go.
rescue, isn't it, because of the shift they work?
Yeah, it's where that I spoke to the clerk in Sumter County, and it's where that she said that they had always had a really difficult time in trying to utilize any kind of software with their fire rescue. But she said with their payroll system that they have now through this program, that the fire rescue is a breeze. So it's where she was very complimentary, and she had asked us to come down and look at it, and it's where she said that they would spend as much time as they needed to in making sure that we had the
Well,
information.
I'm all for the software. I just want to make sure it works,
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Is there any other questions?
Any other questions for Mr. Baker at this time?
I've still got 18 more pages, but I'm,
Is
Thank you,
that
sir.
number built into this budget? Was that number built in here? Because I couldn't find it.
it's a
The
203.
additional money?
It's on the option list. It's on the back of your tab 2.
Okay,
I don't think it's the last page, but it's the
that's
next
okay,
to
as
the
long as
last.
it's on that list, because
Yeah.
I was looking for it in your budget, and I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's because we're hoping some of the modules can be dropped off. It's where if the county did purchase it, it's where I would rather the county be the one to purchase it and stuff. But if we could, since it's the county will be able to review our stuff at finance and stuff, but we'd like to maintain it inside our IT.
Well, who's going to be looking at this? Who's heading this up? Who's going to be looking at the software, making sure it works?
There'll be several of us.
Yes.
There'll be people from each agency that's going to be using it.
Right.
The users are the ones that need to look at it. So it
Yeah.
would be Keith and Nina, probably myself and Shannon, someone else that handles a lot of payments, Mandy. We process just thousands of pages of payments all the time. So someone from the sheriff's department, might be a couple. So there could be 10 or 15 of us that are looking at this.
Doesn't Paula handle the payroll or the time sheets?
I spoke to her about attending that as well when we go to another county. So yes, there'll be a lot of us that go to look at it.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr. Baker. Moving ahead, Ms. Sharon Jordan. Morning,
Morning.
welcome.
I apologize for just
You're fine.
Mr. Chairman, I was going to say, I think this is the first time we've had them all here at one time.
Right?
I'm just giving you this because I know you don't have time for me to tell you about this morning, so that you'll have time to review this later and hopefully
Thank you.
be in touch with me at that point.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would be here for a little while.
Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for adding me on today to just briefly ask for what we're needing. It has been a challenge to serve the customers that visit our office efficiently due to the space and the influx of people that are moving to our county. I know you all know and see all the people that are moving into this county. We see it on a daily basis. All those people have to visit our office at some time or point, and are quite frequently. Even though we have online services and mail and Dropbox, you're always going to have those customers that need to come in, and always have those customers that want to be there in person to visit you. So I'm here asking that you designate a line item to your budget, also to the capital improvement project for a larger office facility to house the tax collector and the property appraiser. I'm also asking that you set aside excess funds that we turn back each year for this project. And you'll see in my handout that I gave you how important it is that the tax collector and the property appraiser are housed in the same building because of the nature of our work, that we work together daily on some of our projects that we have. Also, customers that we see each day sometimes have to go back and forth to each office with some of the work that they're there to take care of. And that's really on here, a big request, but a very important request that's needed for this county. Are there any questions?
I have any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to hearing from y'all after y'all have time to review.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
just a brief comment. When I put the capital improvement plan together several years ago, I visited with the tax collector and the property appraiser and everyone at that time, and we recognized that we were only trying to plan at that time for 5 years. They had a need back then. If you look downstairs, everything's piled on top of everything else, and people are piled on top of one another, and it's just, the lobby, the waiting area is too small. So whatever the board decides, I'm prepared to do whatever's necessary to try to get us where we need to be.
And, Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Go ahead.
With that, if, you saying whatever the board decide to do, if we implement this and put into that capital improvement plan to that building, whatever be done, would that be at that location? If,
Well, we'll have to make a decision on that. I spoke to Commissioner Hale yesterday about another location, but we'll look at all options and bring all the data back to the board when the time comes, if you decide that you're going to go ahead and try to do something.
Well, what's the thoughts on how big a building and where are you going to put it at?
We'll figure that out. We'll figure that out. If we get bogged down in the details, that.
I get it, I'm just curious.
Ms. Jordan.
I'm sorry, I probably left before I should have. I'm sorry, Randy. Let me address a little bit of that. I should have told you this because it wasn't in our handout. We made a site visit to Okeechobee Tax Collector and Property Appraiser Office back in June. We chose that place, which is a good ways away from here, but their population's about the size of ours. Their size of employees is pretty much the same size as ours. They're looking at about approximately 15,000 square feet building that they had for the property appraiser and the tax collector. And of course, the tax collector had more of the square footage because they serve more people and see more people in-house. But, and it was an amazing facility. I'll be glad to share some of those thoughts with you when you have time to come by or give me a call. It was well worth the trip to give us an idea of how we need to plan out for the building. So, and I have some things in there, I think I listed that it's pretty necessary that we try to do a single-story building to act, for the customers' access, because some of them have to go upstairs, and it's a challenge for some of them, even with the elevator, to use. So, are there any more questions? I'm sorry, I should ask. Randy, you have any more questions
No,
for me?
I agree with everything you said, though. It definitely needs to be a single-story building.
For
So,
sure.
We're going to look at some existing facilities, and then we'll look at the idea of building something new as well.
So we really don't have any plans right now. We're just
No,
getting started.
no, we just I recognize that it's something that needs to be done. So we'll just have to
Well, I
talk
just
about it.
wanted an idea how big a building we were talking about. That's why I was asking.
I can just tell you, the building we visited in Okeechobee would be great. It would give us plenty of room and give us some growing room, probably. Theirs is almost 15,000 square feet, and they share a common area. Like I say, I'd be glad to show you those plans. I have just a one-sheet plan that they emailed me after we got back.
Chairman, I was going to add,
Commissioner Hill.
just so everyone
Yeah, it's in their handout.
realizes, I mean, she's got, and me and Ms. Sharon spoke about this, but her office is unique as they do the driver license, take your test for driver license as well, so they're gonna need, ample room for that. I think you guys see where they're doing it over here. I mean, it's working, but it's not ideal.
That's another thing we failed to put in the handout, because we were trying to think of everything, is we have that road testing off-site right now. If we had a big parking lot, we could do it in right there at our facility. It would be great to have that.
And the way she explained to me how it works at Okeechobee, it really streamlines and I think helps direct
Yes,
those
they-
customers' needs as they come in.
Yes, they had room made for somebody there. There's welcome, hands out their numbers. I mean, there's a big, great numbering system I'd love to have one day that is very efficient for the customer. And that person is able to check all their paperwork they have before they're given a number to make sure they have everything they need. So they're not sitting there in a lobby waiting to be helped and then get up there and don't have what they need. Their lobby is also a total separate lobby from where the customers are being served, which is great
Do we
too.
have drinks and popcorn?
Well, they don't have that there. We might work on that. So, I'm sorry.
No,
Is there any other questions?
I got one.
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Mr. Lynn.
Ms. Jordan, do you currently have an escrow line item to start that building
That's
fund?
what
You
she's
don't?
asking
Yeah,
for.
well,
It would
right.
be in the board budget if you start it. It would be in the board's budget, because the board actually owns all the buildings.
I
Right.
understand.
So the board, by tomorrow afternoon, you'll know if you're going to have a line in your budget.
Well, that's where I was going with that.
Yeah.
First rodeo.
No, we don't.
There you
Yes.
go.
Thank you, Travis.
Yep.
Any other questions?
I don't doubt that 15,000 square feet is probably a good number, because she's also got storage issues. See, we were going to,
Yes.
our plan was to, where Jimmy Norris is now, was going to be the storage facility for a lot of her materials, but it just made a better economic development office, so she's still got everything stacked up to the ceiling over there.
There, also, yes, this building in Okeechobee, actually, they had a big storage room that had all their storage in it, and big server room that, you'll see in your handout. Our stuff is everywhere, so it's just growth, and, we've got to grow along and make those changes, so, okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Jimmy Norris.
Got 5 minutes.
I only gave him 3.
5 minutes behind, so
You guys have any questions about my budget?
I think there's going to be a reduction. They was talking this morning.
You know that directly affects services, right? Budget's the same as it's, on economic development, same as it was the previous couple of years, actually. The only thing different is we've moved over the grants that have been being administered through my office out of, I think it was industrial development, moved them over into my budget now. So, but as far as the actual my budget numbers, nothing's really changed there. So,
And
are there any?
Chairman, I'll say this, I'd mentioned it to Jimmy, now that you guys got me hooked up with him and working with him and trying to bring folks to the county, and I appreciate him keeping his budget the same, but I do see a need for a small increase there. I'm just saying, when we have to go and get things together, so whether it's something we just create a line item and hold back, in case he needs it, without actually putting it in there, or just letting him have peace of mind knowing if he needs to come back to the board for anything. I just want you guys to be mindful of that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, we're competing against larger counties all the time.
Yeah.
And, attracting new business helps generate revenue. So if we could be a little more competitive in that department, I would agree with Commissioner Hale on that. We could.
I would follow suit with that. I think it's easy to find some funds to do things when you're getting results. And last time I checked, we're getting results, and a lot of them. So,
Yeah.
with his effort.
Well, we'll be glad to, whatever you guys want. I mean, obviously, yeah, it helps to have assets. I mean, when you're working on some of these things, and a lot of times it's just miscellaneous things that you need to be able to do. So, sure, I mean, I'm completely open to that once you guys get through all these different budgets. We would certainly welcome that, and I thank you for that.
Yes.
As far as tourism, TDC, it's really not really a part of the county budget, so to speak. It's money in, money out through the tax. So you guys really don't fund that at all. But the budget's just, we run that department. Whatever we take is what we spend. So if we don't get money in, then we don't spend the money, because that's the only way it's funded. So there's really nothing there. We have it lined up the same way we have the last couple of years as well.
Yes, sir.
So
Any other questions for Mr. Norris? I think we're good, sir.
thank you so much.
Appreciate you. Moving ahead to the building department, Mr. Patrick Taylor. Welcome, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are y'all today?
Wonderful.
My budget's increased a little bit this year due to having to hire a few people. We're going to need a new truck for my new inspector. We have a lot of software upgrades we need to make for the state. So, if you have any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Taylor?
I don't have any. But I would ask you this. The building going up, I know the lumber prices are high. Permits getting higher, numbers getting greater.
They're staying about the same right now,
Same.
but I do think they're going to fall off a little bit until the prices come down.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Patrick.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Moving ahead to maintenance department. Mr. Durham. Welcome, sir.
Welcome. How are you, Mr. Commissioners? Our budget has some minor increases in it other than the wish list that we have, just like everybody else. We've got software upgrades and other things in the jail especially is the main issues that we see. We've got software and controls in there that are 27 years old and they're all computer controlled, so it's just time. We can't get peripherals anymore. There's just components that we can't get. They're obsolete. And so we've pushed them back just as long as we could, and there's where we are today. But those are on a lot of wish list items that I'm quite sure we'll talk about later.
Yes, sir.
Custodial is pretty much flat.
Any questions?
I have one question,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Durham. On your repair and maintenance service, you're projecting 98,000, but you're only requesting 80,000?
Well, we had additional expenses this year that were actually added into our budget. That's the line we pay off of when we go to you with an emergency item. That's the line that it's taken off of, and that's why it pushed that dollar amount for this year higher. But that's not a standard.
Okay.
That's not where we will be normally.
I'll make sure that wasn't an oversight.
No, it wasn't. We had an expense that was actually pushed off of a request last year, and it ended up kind of catching us flat-footed, and we had to deal with it. When they fail, they fail, So we have to
Fair
deal
enough.
with it.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
All right, thank y'all.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mark.
Moving ahead to the libraries, Miss Betty Lawrence. welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good to see everybody. I'm here to present the budget request for the libraries, and I just need to do a couple of reminders with regards to it, especially for those commissioners that are new. You'll find that I have 4 different budgets that's presented, one for Suwannee, one for the region, one for Madison County, and one for Hamilton County. Hamilton and Madison County, I've submitted my budgets to them. They do take care of all of the financing for their libraries. The regional library is covered by the state, but through Suwannee County with contributions from all 3 counties. So unless you have questions with regards to those, I'll concentrate mainly on the Suwannee County budget. And it's pretty much status quo except for those places where the raises are incorporated in. And I want to remind you that we do use state funds to take care of our raises. I don't think that I have anything that really stands out in terms of questions, but if you find something or I have found something, I'll be glad to address it. The one thing that I do want to mention that is not included in lines on this budget is an optional request. You probably have that. I just want to let you know how the funding will be provided for that. We do have carryover state funds each year, and we are allowed to use those funds for operational situations like new copiers, equipment, and what have you. I'm requesting that we be able to use $12,000 to, really, it's an automation upgrade. We call it copier services, but it will be a smaller version of what we use at the Live Oak branch. It allows for mobile booking of computers. It allows patrons to send copy requests via computer. It's all web-based, and what we have now in Brantford is one of the older versions. We use a regular copy system. The staff do all the faxing. That gets pretty touchy sometimes, especially with personal documents when it comes to our patrons. So this will help to have a hands-off kind of approach to this. And it really came in handy in Live Oak during the time that we needed to close down. One of the curbside services that we were able to still provide was people would be able to use that system to request copying, faxing, PC reservations with laptops on the outside and such as that. I wish that I could have that at each library, but right now, Brantford stands to be the one that needs it the most. And those funds will be covered, as I said, via state funds. So,
Do I have any
That's it.
questions for Ms. Betty?
No, sir.
Seeing none, I think we're good. Thank you.
and tell Jimmy Norris to stop harassing me.
Thank you. Mr. Norris? Moving ahead to the Extension Office, Ms. Carolyn Saft. Good morning, welcome.
So I would just say thank you for your support in the past, or looking forward to your support in the future. For the most part, our budget didn't increase by very much. It was mainly the salary increases and the longevity. I will say I have some good news for you in that I applied for a high flex room, which means that we could do in-person training and at the same time do virtual training. And so that would be available for any of the departments that might need it. And they'll be contributing about $17,000 to upgrade our facility. So we're pretty excited about that.
Nice. That's great. Very good. Have any questions?
Don't.
No?
No, sir.
Seeing none, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you,
Thank you
Mr.
very
Carroll.
much.
The one and only Mr. Greg Scott. Welcome, sir.
Absolutely. Couldn't handle more than one of these. Just to go over the recreation budget quickly, really the biggest increase in that is mandated by, salaries and retirement and such, the fringe benefits. The other increases that we've added in, last year, we set aside some money for painting the pool house, and we want to transfer that over to this next year, make sure it stays in the budget. We also, several years ago, set aside, the commission did set aside $50,000 a year for park improvements. And anyway, I thought it was forever or continuing on, but we thought it was 3 years instead, so we wanted to include that in the budget this year, just so we have a pot of money to pull from when we get bigger projects to do. Excuse me. Also, a couple years ago, we did work on a basketball court down the central part of the county, and the board at the time moved those funds that were allotted from the commission's budget to the Douglas Center, and that transition, I don't know where it happened. I want to make sure it goes in our budget so that we have access to that so we can make those improvements. Other than that, that's the gist of it. A couple things that I'd like to just echo. It's funny, I had it written down in last night. Commissioner, what's your last name? Land. Brought up about compression of salaries with the minimum wage. We've been battling this for years. It's not a new topic. First 7 or 8 categories in our pay and class plan is compacted, so it's a real issue. But I'm glad that we're going to look at that. The other issue that we're having is we get really good employees. We expect them to work. And they do a great job for us, for the citizens, but it's hard to keep good employees. I don't know what y'all do back in y'all shops, but please teach me what y'all do to keep your good employees, because by the time we get a really good one, they're noticed by somebody else and have another opportunity. So that's
I was going to say, we just steal yours.
I got a quick story for you.
Sure.
Since we're running a little ahead of time, that has to do with Parks and Rec. So I have one daughter at UF, and she come up through high school. She got her lifeguard certification and worked for y'all through the pool.
Right.
So my youngest one, she's in high school now, and she got her certification this year, and she started working at the pool. And so obviously they talk about money and this and that. So she comes home one day and she tells me, she said, I've been assigned to have a discussion with you. I said, you have? I said, what's that? And she said, well, me and all my friends that are lifeguards at the pool, we've talked about it, and they want me to talk to you about the Board of County Commissioners giving us a raise. So I said, well, you're pretty new on the job. I don't know if that's going to happen just yet. But, yeah, I thought that was funny. They all got together and
They're coming after you, huh?
Right, they come after us. But
We may need to hire her for negotiation tactics.
goodness, she got on me hard, but it was humorous, but we had a good time with it.
Right.
But
And we've talked about this for years, whenever I get up here and we talk about people. And, our returning day camp workers, guards, that kind of stuff, it's hard to get them the bump that the other guys get.
And with minimum wage, so what you wind up with is a 2 or 3 year guard that's making the same thing as a newbie. And I'd rather have that second or third or fourth year guard pull me out of the pool than I had the first year guard.
Oh, yeah.
Not they don't have the same skill level, but they've been there and done that.
Got some experience.
Right.
Exactly.
So we forget about those positions sometimes. We look at our big positions, but we forget about those seasonal workers that, that's what they're learning how to be adults and learning how to do things right. And it's a very, very, very important job that they have, taking care of our kids.
No, I agree 100%, and it's with all the jobs at Parks and Rec. I commend y'all for that, for bringing all the kids on, and especially a lot of the school kids that have, able to get a job in the summer and work, and very flexible with their hours, with all the things that they got going on, whether it's additional schooling or other activities. I mean, the pool's an example because I'm familiar with that, but I mean, and too, she comes home with stories almost every shift of something that went on there to where they was involved, It's, so.
It's not just a sun tanning.
Right, right. You're not just sitting there. So it's, I mean, you're there, you're on duty, you don't have your phone on you, you're paying attention to what's going on. It's a real life, learning how to work. So I'm grateful for that.
Obviously, they're learning about money.
Absolutely.
Coming home asking about it. I do have a question, Mr. Chairman. And I know we've talked about this in the past. I know we've done some of it on the Park and Rec side. Swings and other things are accessible for wheelchair bound children, things like that.
You haven't been out there lately, have you?
I've seen them. I just want to know what was there any future plans to do more of that or other parks that would be accessible with that?
We plan on adding those as we have swings in different areas, have that component. As you remember, the big playground, past couple playgrounds we put in has been handicap accessible. They all are, but the more recent ones we've done is more than what is required. So that's when we got the extra money to do that.
I got a question.
Yes, sir. Commissioner White?
The money that goes down to Brantford for recreation, is that in here somewhere in your budget?
It is not. The town of Brantford gets 20% of what the board funds us in the general transfer in. Nina can correct me if I'm wrong, but that is money that's sent directly to them. It does not go through us. I think they're required or should be required to provide a financial statement of how they spend the money. But and I know that just, as our budget goes up or down, especially when it goes down, the phones ring down there because, we try to be as conservative as we can to do, but provide. So, but a fifth of what we get, they get, 20%. I mean, they get a fifth of what we get.
Miss Nina, how much is that this year?
Behind tab 6 is 167,709 next year. I'm already letting Ms. Gordon know the amount, so she could start bringing some budgets and stuff down there.
It's how much, Nina?
167,709. This current year was 137, so it's increased.
A good little bit. Is there any requirements on them to produce something on what we spend it on?
Well, we have an agreement somewhere, and then they get audited too every year.
But are we looking at it as a county?
To my knowledge, you're not.
Can we do that?
Mr. Audits town of Brantford too, so Donna and us kind of all work with Mr. Powell when he does the town of Brantford's audit. He makes sure we send them the money and that they're spending it on recreation.
I think your question is there a benchmark for deliverables associated with that money?
Correct.
I think Mr. Powell would check for legal sufficiency for the utilization of the money, but I think your question is different. You want to know that,
I want to know exactly where it went.
yeah, what's it
I
been?
mean, did we,
We can make that request. We'll get a detail.
yeah, that's what I want to see.
We can do that.
Any other?
A couple other things I just wanted to, and we'll probably talk about these things tomorrow. I'm guessing that's when we'll do the wish list things. But a couple things I just wanted to touch on, just so it's fresh on our minds. And that's the soccer sale. We talked about the grant that we got. We've taken care of the responsibilities on that from DEP, but we talked about taking that money from the grant specifically and put toward the Douglas Center for improvements. If you already have additional funds from that sale or whatever the board chooses to do, I would like to have that put aside in park budget so that we can do future development for park space. Another thing that every year the Police Athletic League has a summer program, kind of it's a day camp type kind of thing. Again, we went this year for their celebration. In today's time, to have a gymnasium that is not air conditioned, that's kind of unheard of. And I think we need to really review that, look at that. We did not put it in the budget. Not really under me, but kind of maybe, sort of, kind of. It's, you sit there and you're sitting there sweating in shorts, and those kids are in there every day. They use the hallway and the bathroom as their air-conditioned area to do some things. So we need to talk about that some tomorrow too. But anyway.
What you're saying is it isn't on the wish list.
It is not, correct.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir, Commissioner Lynn.
I got a couple things. One, I don't want to get off on the soccer field issue, but I do like what you said there. The Douglas Center having a gymnasium in the middle of summertime with the Police Athletic League having a event there with no air conditioning, that has to be miserable. And if we can look at generating revenue from any source of asset, soccer field, to help put air conditioning in a facility, I couldn't imagine playing basketball in a closed-in facility in July. It has to be terrible. But my question for him that I wanted to ask is, could you update us while you're here, us and the public, on the splash pad?
Sure. We are well underway. The other day, whenever we got about 40 foot of rain in about 20 minutes, that's the day they were pouring the concrete. So they had a fun morning. They had already rolled most of the trucks through whenever they were working on that process. The plumbing is in for the apparatus piece. If we can get a little bit of drier weather to tie into the pump system, they're working on that now. Probably looking at another, 30, 45 days. All the product is on site. The covering material, the tiles and that sort of thing. So we're underway. Additionally, the Rotary Club has given one check. They're about 3/4 of the way in their fundraising effort on pledges. There's another chunk that we anticipate is coming that I really can't disclose, but it's significant, and we're proud of that from local business. So with that, we'll be surpassing the expectation of the Rotary Club.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. On the shifting gears to the airport budget, that's a wash. We generate what we bring in. We have a little bit, I think it's about $8,000 revenue over expense for that operation. Just for a note, all the CARES money we receive, which is, we reinvested that into the fuel systems because that brings us money. We've got a lot of positive comments about that already. But to me, it's important that money we got, we reinvest that into facilities that's going to generate revenue. And that, when we talk about that some more tomorrow with the wish list items too, same idea. To me, it's important to regenerate those monies. Any question on the airport?
Does most of the hangar space stay rented out?
We've got about 18 on the waiting list. We could have, if we had more corporate hangars, we got about 3 or 4. We'd like to have a bigger hangar to bring in bigger planes to sell more fuel. Again, it's all about revenue generation. We do get a lot of positive comments from that about people that pass through that say, wow, this is a nice airport. That's what the expectation is. We want to make sure it looks right when people come through, and they're taken care of. I just wish we had more hangars to take their money from.
So do we have any corporate stuff out there?
We've got one large hangar that's corporate, which is Air Methods leases that now from us for their helicopter when they get inclement weather. We've got a maintenance mechanic on site. We're working on a process to get an eviction of another corporate hangar. Been working on that for about several years. Hopefully we can get that done soon. We have in the works and the plans the next several years more T hangars and more corporate hangars. I've got a guy right now that wants to be here, and he flies a lot in his small jet. And I look at fuel sales, in addition to the hangar rent. DOT is very good to us. It's a 5-year cycle, but airport stuff is extremely expensive. FAA has, with the CARES funding, they're doing 100% money now, not 90-10 on the match. So that's good to us also. But airports, we've got new staff out there, and things are changing, and we're making, no offense to anybody that's been there before, we're evolving. And I'm really proud of who we got out there.
So is there any grant money available for the hangar
Yes, yeah.
construction?
DOT provides all the funds for any improvements out there generally. It's just that 5-year cycle.
I got you.
And we have it on the list.
Go ahead to it. Mr. Chairman, I was going to add to that, me and Mr. Scott, me and Mr. Norris, I think me and Mr. Harris have all talked about this. And it's funny, going back to economic development, you wouldn't really tie that into your airport just thinking about it, but it's kind of the gateway, is what I've been told. And I'm not an expert on airports and airplanes, but I'm getting a crash course in it. But I'm glad to see that we're applying for these grants and we're evolving out there. And I think with the new staff that you have out there, the new leadership, things are changing rapidly. And I can appreciate that, because Mr. Norris will tell you, we lose a lot of opportunities here in Suwannee County because folks can't fly in here.
Right.
And the folks that are looking to do this kind of stuff, they're not driving a Yugo down here.
Right.
Right. They're flying in their plane, like you say, their jet. So I appreciate you guys and what we're doing, and I want to keep moving in that direction.
Good, thank you. The one thing we really have to do is show the need for a longer runway.
Absolutely.
Give you a little example. You look at a bigger airport. Basically, FAA has said this: if you want to get to London, and you can go to Jacksonville to get there, that's fine. We're not going to put one in Gainesville that you can get there. You can hop around to get to where you need to get to. Same with smaller general aviation airports. You have to really show a need. They're not going to just build extra 1,000 foot of runway to say, maybe somebody will come. We have to show the need and the demand that we got, these people that want to be here that they can't get here.
Right.
So, anyway, we're making good progress on that. On the Coliseum budget, it's pretty much the same as in the past several years, but making good improvements there. Just a reminder, we got another $500,000 grant that Jason wrote and administers, and just echoed my staff that does a tremendous job making us all look good. And I need all the help I can get because I'm not very attractive.
Thank you, Jason.
Any other questions?
Any questions?
Scott?
No, sir.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I want to make a brief comment on that airport and hangars. Another option that we have, and I did this in another county, is to plat some area over there and make it available to these corporate entities that want to come build their own hangar. We did that and offered it for $1 a year lease, 99-year lease, and there are 3 large corporate entities on that airport today that paid their way, build their own hangars. This 5-year cycle is great, but it just takes too long to get here.
Right.
So that's an option that we might look at as well.
We've been working on that. We've got several people that have been interested. When we tell them the deal, they're like maybe not as interested whenever tell them that the hangar will be ours one day. The thing we have to do through FAA is change our airport layout plan. I think that's the right term. There's a long process to get there, and we're in the process of working on that. So Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Thank you. Moving ahead, Chief Hand. Welcome, sir.
Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to present this today. Basically, our budget for this year, we had to make some quick changes a little bit after the workshop the other night. But most of my lines were kept closely to the same, other than those that show on the chart. As everybody knows, I'm fairly new to the budget process. Got a year and a half now, but last year was the first budget that I ever prepared. The first one, Chief Summers had prepared, and I was at the, had to take over right at the workshop. But overtime has been, I did not catch it last year the way I didn't understand the salary worksheet quite as well as I needed to, and was thinking that we had enough, but I had to adjust the overtime a little bit to get it more in line of what we currently spend. Cardiac monitor lease was a little, it was under budgeted by $1,000. The SCBA lease ended up changing a little bit after the budget was prepared due to the fact of the quote changed slightly before we purchased those. Computer repairs, I've got a couple items this year that need to be fixed that I just went up $800 on that. Our first aid and CPR outreach program, those are, we're teaching a little bit more, and the cost of doing that has gone up a little bit. And then our dues and memberships we had cost increase in our research slightly. The items that are in the extra items for this year's budget, I have 2 re-chassis of ambulances. I have 2 new ambulances that will be a lease. We have 3 portable sheds that are 10 by 10 sheds. We're trying to come in compliance with the Florida State Fire College's safety program. Part of that with the cancer initiative is getting our bunker gear stored outside of the apparatus bays. So the most economical way that I can do that right now is to put a portable shed out back, and we'll put fans in them to be able to vent them and stuff, but it'll get it out of the apparatus bay. All of our furniture at the stations, recliners and stuff, has not been replaced in many, many years, and they're starting to fall apart. So we've got to get a little bit better stuff for the guys. I have the security cameras and swipe locks like we have on most of the county buildings. For my 4 outlying stations, we currently have it at Station 1, but we've had some issues with a few things go missing from stations, and I just want to get it more secure and have those cameras up to where we can make sure what's going on at all of our stations. And then the last item is our radio upgrade. We finally got everything back on that to upgrade our system and get it to where it's better operational for us. And the total of all of those items comes up to $974,186. That is already in my budget. That's not money that we're looking for you guys to fund out of the special. If you look at my budget and machinery and equipment on the EMS side, it's already budgeted in there. So my budget is balanced out and funded. On top of that, I also increased the projections on our revenues this year by $200,000. So that'll be $200,000 less with what we're doing. $200,000 that the general fund will not have to fund our budget this year. And of course, the budget does include the salary increases that we spoke about at the workshop. Do you have any questions?
Does it include that split, changing the split between?
It does not change the split. It doesn't. We cannot do the split until the fire assessment's raised a lot higher. The amount that we raised, the fire assessment generated about an additional $300,000, but which at the current split covered enough to do the salary increase. But if we split it to 50-50, then the fire assessment would not have enough to cover even the budget. If, even without the salary increase, it would not have covered it. So the salaries, the split is still at 2773 this current year.
So how much more an assessment would it take to do that, to get that split to the 50/50?
To fully fund the budget as it was presented,
Talking about just like we are now, but doing the 50/50 split.
the exact budget we have now with a 50/50 split, I would have to, I mean, I'm guessing it'd have to be at least 200,
To do that.
yeah. And I'd have to do actually, probably GSG would have to do the actual figuring to make sure, but yeah, it would be quite a bit more. But it does, the thing that you got to realize when we do that, it does go up on the assessment, but it frees up the general fund side. So the amount that the general fund's putting in, it actually, reduces because it's putting more of a burden on the fire budget that the fire assessment generates
wash.
revenue for.
Yeah.
One goes up, one goes
Right.
down.
Yeah, the budget doesn't change, it just frees up money on one side and puts it on, the burden on the other side.
Well, that's what I was asking.
Right.
Any other questions for Chief Hand?
Yes, sir, I got one
Yes, sir.
question, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Grant.
Chief, on this, the 200,000 for the water supply, that's been there for several years. I know that was a plan that Chief Summers had in mind. I mean, we got that new station project going on out there that has went from $1 million project to a $2.1 million project. Is that water supply 200,000? Is it, I mean, it was the same last year that you're requesting this year, but we didn't use it, haven't used it in years. Are we gonna use it? Do we need it? Can we use it for the fire station? I mean, I know what it's for, and it's a
Yes,
good
sir.
idea, but 200,000 ain't gonna touch it.
It's something that I left in there because I really am trying to keep it there to not lose it, but it's part of a larger project.
I understand.
We can't achieve, I mean, we can go ahead and put the wells in. I did not spend it last year due to the fact that we had no idea what we were gonna or I had no idea where we were gonna end up with the fire assessment, and I knew I had a deficit of $200-something thousand on my reoccurring expenses. So I did not want to spend that 200,000 and then come up short on the budget. So I did not spend it due to that fact. It is part of a larger project. It would help us for sure with water supply, but it's not going to affect the overall reduction in the ISO rating that we're trying to do until a lot of these other things take place with the personnel and everything. We don't have the volunteer firefighters available anymore enough to be able to supply this water that we have to for an ISO reduction until we get some more people in our stations. Because you have to have 2 firefighters for firefighting, you have to have 2 firefighters to be outside. Right. So that leaves nobody for water supply on the first 2 stations that arrive.
Right.
It's definitely needed for the project, but I do have, now the fire station is, as I said in the workshop the other day, I have $250,000 in the budget. We have the $750,000 that we received from the state. And then there's, I don't know the exact figure, but it's 1.1 million basically of the CARES funding that had to be earmarked back to the fire budget due to the salaries that we used to justify the getting the money came from fire rescue, and that 1.1 million was generated by the fire assessment, so that had to come back. So we do have the funding for the station at least at the engineer's projected cost.
So you have all the 2.1?
We will have, yes, we with the 1.1 million and the million that we have between the budget and the grant, we should have the money for the station. The 200,000, like I said, is my plan is to start putting some wells in and to improve, to help improve our response a little bit now, even though it's not going to, it's still part of a long-term project to get where we really want to be.
No, I understand. That's why I brought it up. It's been there for a while, and it's
Right.
a long-term project, and I think it's a good project.
Right.
And you know what, I don't want to get off on this in the budget workshops, but we can have a discussion about this later. But I think that instead of putting in our own wells, maybe we should reach out to some of our farmers that have pivots that are run on electric and have backup. You know, we could save a
Right.
lot of money. Maybe just put in a filling
Right.
apparatus thing.
Yeah, and that's part of,
Especially those remote areas.
Yeah,
that
'cause
has been
wells
part
are
of
very
our,
expensive.
that's been part of our project that you know, that we were looking at as well. I mean, we have a well now that we've filled at since I've started in McAlpin. But you get into some problems with it, like over the years back early in my career with when we were more volunteer than we were paid. Sometimes the volunteer go fill up and they forgot to open the valve before they pushed the pump button, and it's got so much flow it blew the pipes apart. And then, you know, who's going to, you know, he fixed it. But so it just, I mean, we could set agreements up and do that. That is part of, if we don't have property in an area of the county to put a spot that we need a fill spot, we have looked at trying to partner with some farmers as well.
Yeah,
The only thing you have that you run into when you're using it as part of the overall project of trying to reduce the property insurance rates is it's got to be recognized by ISO. So you've got to have 24/7 access. So if it's electric, you've got to have it generated. Chief Summers' idea was to go with tanks, but we were looking at a huge footprint plus the cost of the tanks. The engineering alone was going to cost us like $8,000 just to get the slabs poured.
Yeah, I don't want to go
so-
too far down that road.
Yeah.
That was my.
But that's the reason I left it in. I do have, you know, wanting to do it. But if we can figure out a way, you know, I mean, I can pull it now if we need to use it. But as we move forward with raising the fire assessment, like we talked about in the workshops, it's going to have to be something that comes back into the budget.
I think that the water supply program is it's a good program, but it's such a long-term program
Right.
that I would encourage you to, you know, earmark that money in your budget for any
Right.
shortcomings on the construction or equipment or
Right.
furniture for the new station. I think the new station is a much more short-term need.
Yeah, and I'm perfectly fine with that. Just keep in mind that it's something that'll come back up in future years.
Fair enough.
It's not going to make a difference right now we don't have a problem. I mean, very, very, very seldom do we run out of water on a fire. This project is to meet the needs of what they require to try to lower property insurance rates.
That's right.
We have a couple of the older forestry trucks that we have with the 5,000-gallon tankers that, as long as Chief Maynard gets out of the hospital and is able to continue to respond after his COVID bout, you know, he's always available. And when we get two of those on scene, we've got 10,000 gallons of water on top of everything we bring. So it's you know, it's something that I've got no issues adjusting that, as long as you guys realize that that's going to come back to
No, I
us
just leave it
down
like
the
it is
road.
for now, but if we
Yeah.
do have some shortcomings,
He could access it if he had
Right.
to. I mean,
Right.
and gosh knows he may have to, the way the price of some of this stuff is. Like you said, that was projected off of,
Exactly.
how long ago was that?
Yeah, that was,
Yeah.
Mr. Harris, that projection was 6 months ago that we got that engineer's projected costs.
Yeah,
It could be.
it's been, yeah, we won't know, but I'll just point out, we've got over $1 million for that station issue that has to go back into fire, that was the reimbursement of the CARES Act, so we'll be closer, hopefully, than
Yeah.
Right.
we would be otherwise without that.
Any other comments?
no, sir.
Any questions, Chief Hand?
Good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. Tom?
Thank you.
At this time, we'll move to Mr. Harris.
Behind tab 11. I've got a lot of budgets here. I'm just going to ask if you have questions. It might save some time, because I could talk about all of these forever, but I'll just take questions if you have them.
I got a question on workman's comp. I see it stuck in the board's budget, and I see it in some departments and not in other departments on a line item for workman's comp. Is there a reason we do it that way, or?
It's more expensive to maintain you guys. No, I don't know. Typically, it would show up, everything shows up in the department. So I can't really answer that question.
I didn't know if it was something accounting, or it just seems like it's at random to me on these budgets. You'll see it in one budget, not in another, and then you see a big pile in the board budget, and
Yeah,
Let me,
I'd say we have it on all the employees, but I can't answer that question off the top of my head without having some conversation about it.
Well, the general departments are funded from 1110.
What's that now, Keith?
General departments.
The budgets,
And
the departments that are funded through the
Through the
general revenue.
board?
Yeah, those were 1110, the other ones are.
Okay, all right, I understand.
The sheriff's office.
I'm gonna help clear these up a little bit, Mr. Harris. We're just gonna go through them. I'm gonna name them off, and if you got a issue or a question, we'll talk about it. If not, we'll go to the next one.
Okay.
Administrative services, any questions or comments? Seeing none. Catalyst site development. Questions, comments? Seeing none. Public Works.
Hold
Sir.
up just a minute.
Yes, sir.
What tab are we on?
Yeah,
with
what
that?
tab is that?
Now,
Catalyst
he's
sites,
going to-
46.
Is that right?
I'm going off of our list here.
He's just
Got
looking at
listed.
the list here. Skip
Yeah, I
the
see
list.
that, but I don't know what site. I'm trying to find it on this here.
46,
Go to your
Page of
cheat sheet, yeah,
contents.
there you go. Go to your-
46.
tab 46.
That's where all my question marks are. We don't get to it, I can't see it.
That's on Catalyst site?
It's actually the utilities, the catalyst site development is actually the water treatment plant, but there are other things on there as well, the I-75, all those utilities are grouped together under that tab.
Under 46?
Yes, sir. Your I-75 sewer plant, I-75 water plant, and the catalyst site water plant are all under tab 46.
So all that's under a grant for all that water and sewer out at 136 and
All the
137?
construction is being funded through grants. Yes. Now, those numbers are not showing that we're carrying monies over into the next year, but that would or will occur if we
Right.
don't spend it all in the current year because it's all reimbursement.
Is the 136, 137, those numbers in here for the newly approved construction? I don't see those.
Give me a second, I'll see if I can find it here.
There's 2.58 million sewer plant,
Let's see.
1.4 million water plant.
I just don't see one that says 130.
I don't know if it's in here because we had prepared this before we did that, but if it isn't, it's just a matter of adding a line because it's grant funds.
Well, where does the money come,
For the extension, that's coming from the ARPA funds. For the original, that was, we had two grants, one for water, one for sewer that were separate, and then we had to go back and get the state revolving fund grant for the water because the bid came in higher.
so the money that Truliev's putting in on their end, where does that go?
We're just taking that money in. We just received a check the other day, so we'll have a line for that revenue.
Okay.
And then
So-
the other will come in at some point, based on the agreement. But we do have the money from, the rescue plan, ARPA, now. We've already received that.
So that the American Rescue Recovery is what money we're using to fund that water
First half of that money, $4.3 million.
for the 2.5 million that we had to add for the water line on 137?
Right.
That's where that money's coming from?
That's correct. That and the $750,000 from True Leave. So we use both of those as a source. There are a couple of things that we will need to discuss, and I haven't brought up yet because we've had so many other things going on with these assessment studies and workshops and everything that was going on with finance and us trying to keep track of all that. One is compression. I intentionally did not bring that to you this year because we had these monumental issues we were dealing with. And the other is the ARPA funding and its utilization. Because of the $750,000, we may want to spend that, may want to hold off, I'm not sure. We may want to spend all of it out of ARPA and refund that money. But if we use that, then we've got the balance that we could build another utility. Our greatest need over the past 10 years has been constructing the utilities to generate more economic development. So I'll come back sometime in the next few months, try to schedule a workshop so we can have a conversation about those two issues. I recognize that the compression wasn't going to be an enormous issue in the first year, but my projection is that year 2, year 3, we're going to start having some issues. So we'll come back and address those sometime soon.
So the ARPA money, if you use that for the sewer water, the 750 they bring back in, that can go in general revenue though, can it?
No, we'd have to use it.
I think you'd have to have a.
It's going to stay in utilities.
Yeah.
It's taken in as a revenue for utilities. That's what it becomes.
I got you.
So it's going to be isolated out for utilities because we're operating that as a business.
Additional questions, Commissioner White?
No, I just wanted to try to wrap my head around all that because it's kind of went back and forth and I was a little unsure where we were at with it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir, Commissioner Hale.
I think, Mr. White, the way I would understand is that money would have to go into, like he said, it was for water and sewer, so it would have to stay in that's what we received it as. And it would have to stay in a line item for that use.
I don't have a problem with it. I just wanted to see how we were going to use it and between the ARPA money and the True Leave money, where that all washed out at, you know, and that's fine. Putting it back in the sewer water thing is, I mean, that's probably.
It'll all be held there for that purpose. And then.
And
like
then
I
at
said,
some point you could use that if you needed it.
we'll have a conversation about what we want to do with the balance of that ARPA money. And if you want to build another utility for economic development purposes, we could do that.
Absolutely.
Understood.
And then that 750 reduces the amount of ARPA that we have tied up in those lines up there.
Understood. Thank you. I'm good.
Any other questions for this line item?
No, sir.
Moving ahead to Public Works, line item.
Is that 38 or is that?
38, page 38. Commissioners, my plan is to discuss the wish list when we get to the wish list. I mean, there are clearly items, and you've already heard from various ones today saying they've got wish lists and they have commented on them, but I know that typically we try to go through and address those the second day unless we have time today. So I'm not going to speak to all of those right now. So if you have questions about this budget, I'll be glad to entertain those.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Commissioner Lamb.
Mr. Harris, on the road materials chip seal, 375, is there any way?
Which page are you on?
I'm on page 4, but on tab 38, page 4 of expense budget. The line number is 5300-93, the last 6 numbers.
Right.
Is there any way possible, I know that you've said in the past that you try not to budget any more than what you felt like our employees could do base and prep work for, but is there any way possible that we could increase those funds? I mean, I would like to see that particular line doubled. I mean, I know that we may not be able to do the base work ourselves, but is there any way that we could do more chip seal next year? I mean, we're looking at a boatload of revenue, more
Okay.
than we've ever had.
I'm going to have to jump to the wish list now.
Well, it was in your budget, that's why.
No, and I appreciate that. So I'm going to comment on this, and then y'all can absorb this and decide what you want to do. In the wish list, I'm going to request another construction crew because we just can't produce the work fast enough. We used to have more money than this in here each year for chip seal, but we couldn't perform that work. Now, if we had to contract this out and take bids, we couldn't do this. We have to self-perform. I need another construction crew. My plan is to take some vacancies that I had from other positions and try to live without some of those positions and then take those and apply them toward another construction crew. One thing I left out on this list, and I realized later, was an additional flagman. But you will need another construction crew. We've been at this point for a long time, and we've just tried to skimp by. But you're correct. We've got a unique opportunity with some revenue, but I'm talking about, the ongoing operational expense as well as a part of the conversation. We could put more money here, but the reason I started reducing that line was a recognition that we can't produce all of these. And I've got money for some other chip seal projects, one at the Coliseum, one at Suwannee Lake, that I've been carrying. So it makes it look like the road department budget is greater than it would be if we were producing these jobs and getting them off the books. Yes, technically, you're correct. We could increase that line, but I wouldn't do it without putting the people out there and the equipment that it takes to produce these jobs.
We can come back to that tomorrow. I mean,
Yeah.
I
I don't
number was
disagree
in the
with either
budget.
one of y'all.
That's why I brought it up, but
I think we need both. I think
What?
we need more money in there and get the crew out there working, so.
The carry forward, I'm looking at page 4, carry forward 200,000 2021 budget. At $150,000, that's a 10A escrow. What is that for, Mr. Harris?
10A escrow is we're trying to escrow to carry out a really bad section of 10A, which is if you go to the intersection of, in the middle of Welborn, the four-way stop and turn back to the east, you drive out a short distance and fall into a swamp. And the road is splitting and actually separating and sinking off into that swamp. We need to repair that. That project is too small for us to turn in as an application for scrap and scop with DOT. We usually try to take our more expensive projects and apply for state funding. So we need to escrow for this small project to see if we can go in there and mitigate a lot of that, make it safer and bring it back up.
Is that Hogan Road you talking about there?
No, sir.
it's the road there in front of ain't it the road there?
Oh, where the restaurant is there?
Little restaurant.
Turn
Log
east.
cabin.
Does it
Turn
come out
back
to the
east,
east?
and you go out just a small distance, right before you get to that curve, it'll drop down into a,
So what, do you got to build it up and?
10A is
needs to be
behind,
torn out. It's gonna require some engineering. I could make it a lot better without an engineer, but I'd like to see if with some engineering, if there's something more that could be done to make it more permanent.
So
Back to that
where
road
do you-
crew.
Where do you need to get to fix it? I mean, how much money is it going to take?
I'm not sure yet. I've been afraid to find out, but I've been trying to escrow for it. So this year, my plan is to go ahead and let an engineer take a look at it. We'll do some borings, see how far down the rock is, if we can get to rock. Otherwise, my plan is to rip it out, do a couple layers of geotextile fabric to try to prevent some shear effect and build it back up.
What's the traffic count on that road?
Low, typically, but very fast.
Very true.
But it's just dangerous because literally it's split parallel with the roadway and just sinking off portions of it.
There's parts of 137 that's doing that too,
137 is probably the worst road in the county.
right past that garbage site going north.
We've been trying to get DOT to approve that because that's going to be an expensive fix.
Yeah.
But this 10A is, we wouldn't waste an application on a smaller project is what we're trying to
Understood.
accomplish.
any other questions on this line item? At this time, I mean, obviously, we'll have more discussion tomorrow. We're just trying to kind of get through the basics here. Moving ahead, road and bridge, I mean, that was kind of along the same lines, road and bridge construction and paving.
That's all in that same tab, ain't it?
Yes, sir. Solid waste collection, any comments this time? We've been talking about that.
We've been beating that horse for a while.
Commissioners, I might want to discuss this a little bit more with you after we come back, because I wanted to talk to finance some about this. Like I said, we've been scrambling, running numbers. I'm still looking at almost a $2 million need there going forward, but a lot of that has to do with the balance carry forward for next year, because it takes money to operate until collections come in. So if we could touch on solid waste again when we come back. Otherwise, I've run all the numbers using the $300 that we had talked about.
Okay. We'll discuss both sides of that, collection and disposal, when we come back. 911 addressing.
Is there anything we can ever use that money for?
Yeah, mostly equipment. The only other thing, I'm just going to touch on this. I don't want to get into an extended conversation about it, but some portion of that, a percentage can be applied towards some dispatch salaries, but the difficulty is you can't use carry-forward monies for it. So what you do is you have this money each year that you can use on equipment replacement if you've got something that breaks down. And if you're going to try to use anything for salaries, you almost have to wait toward the end of the year to see what you have left over that you didn't need for replacement of equipment. So yes, you can use a percentage, and there's a lot more to the story. You can't use it. You have a couple of people up there that take a number of different types of calls. Well, it can only be used for the call that's coming in for the 911, not other rollover lines that come in for people to answer, dispatchers to sit there and answer general questions. So you end up having to look at it closely to see what types of expense you can and cannot cover with that revenue.
But once they take that call, that's the end of it. That's where
That's
it
the end
gets
of
me.
it.
That's just, I've never been able to wrap my
It's the
head around
craziest
that.
thing you've ever seen, but
Yeah.
it is structured for a specific purpose. So yes, and if we have a lot of big equipment expenses, the money's there for it. Or software upgrades, the money's there for that. And if you notice in a lot of your budgets, your IT stuff is one of your big ticket items anyway. So it's there when you need it for that.
It just keeps growing and growing and growing every year, and just doesn't seem like there's anywhere you can even use the money for it.
Well, it'd be nice if the legislature revisited that and made some adjustments to it. Then, I mean, it would be easier, but it's pretty tough right now.
Miss Jennifer, you got anything to add to that? I see you in the back there. No? I've had this discussion since day one, and she gives me the same answer every year, so. Right. Have you? I know, and I've asked these questions, Commissioner White, I guess it's state statute is what they have to follow as to what they can spend it on. But, I mean, you do get grants and continue to grow that pot with that, so maybe one day we'll figure.
We have this conversation every couple of years.
I bet.
Yeah.
I mean, I know there's a need for, maybe not now, but for dispatchers. At one time, we were having a shortage of 911 dispatchers. I think that's been taken care of. And the fact that you could use that for those positions is the way I understand our portion of it. But I guess it's thankful that we don't have to have any more of those.
But that falls under the sheriff's budget, right? The dispatching?
Right.
So you can't use any of that money to fund part of his dispatch?
Small piece of it.
Small piece, that initial, and I've asked a million times, that initial answering the phone, but when time they put it on hold and transfer it.
We got some clarification coming.
Yeah, there we go.
Yes, sir. It can only cover because you have our call takers that are up there, they do call taking and the dispatching of the call. And plus, they answer the admin lines and everything. So the state usually says that you can split it up like a third. So we could pay a third of that portion. But like Mr. Harris said, it can't come out of the carry forward funds. It can only come out of the current year revenues. So we don't know until the end of the budget year what money's going to be left to know. So like we can't really agree that we'll pay a portion.
And you can't pay a bonus.
Yeah.
We had.
Or a pay raise.
Had that conversation before.
No, sir.
Because you've got a
We went through that a couple of
recurring
years ago.
expense based on a uncertainty on revenue that's coming in the next year, because it's really for replacement of equipment and purchase of equipment and other things that can be used up there.
Gotta love government.
I mean, we are spending some money right now. We're doing,
Well, I seen what you were doing, but I
Yeah,
was
out there
just
at the
sitting there
EOC,
thinking, you know,
but-
it just seems like you could do something with the money to, that help the county more than what it's doing.
unfortunately, the state is very, very strict on how the funds.
I understand. I'm just asking the question. This is my first go around.
Oh, that's a
Yes,
great
sir.
question, but
Maybe when we have our legislation day, we can discuss.
Address that,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Yes,
One
sir.
thing about it, her budget's always in the green.
Oh, yeah. Don't have
hands
to
are
worry about hers.
Best looking budget we got.
That is true.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, any other questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments on 911? Seeing none, we'll discuss planning and zoning if you have any.
Is that 31, I'm guessing, zoning? Is that
Right.
31?
That's correct, tab 31.
Y'all got them named differently on different things.
It's a pretty flat budget. I mean,
Yeah, it is. Mr. Harris, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Harris, every time I talk to Mr. Meeks or go visit him, he is overwhelmed. Our county is growing, and I know he's not here. Is there any way, and I think this might go back to your wish list, because I believe I saw code enforcement, because he's wearing wearing several
that is on
hats
the
right now.
list. It's on the wish list to hire a code enforcement officer and buy a pickup truck and the laptop and everything. But I'm going to tell you, I know that you commissioners have received calls. I receive calls. And there are a lot of big issues going on in this county right now. Some of them well-organized issues with, unofficial campgrounds popping up all over the place and
Yeah,
people
no.
complaining and neighborhoods, and we've got a lot of work to do, and they can't do it trying to address it on a part-time basis.
Yeah, I'd like to see him get some help. I mean, he's doing everything, and I know that even, I'm sure we all got it, but District 3, there's some squirrely things happening, and we're growing on the planning and zoning side, so he's trying to tackle that, because that's what we all want, is grow and go. But on the flip side of that, the overseeing of what's happening when we're not watching needs to be.
I think all of us could write a book right now about all the
Addressed.
complaints we've
I
heard.
get more code enforcement calls than I do, probably even roads, really.
Yeah, it's bad right now. And this has been an evolution. Years ago, back 11 years ago, is when this small amount was given to Patrick and Ronald to try to take on code enforcement as well. And at that time, we didn't have a magistrate either. So it was really hit and miss at best. Then we've got a magistrate, but we don't have anyone out there doing the job that needs to be done to bring them before a magistrate. A lot of people will stop doing something that's a violation, but there are just as many, and I know Commissioner Hale's familiar with it, that are stiff-necked and rebellious, and they don't care they're not going to be told anything, and it becomes ugly in many cases. So we need a full-time code enforcement officer that can handle this job.
That was
I
just
won't
one of my
disagree.
questions, is that code enforcement will help alleviate his time to, give planning and zoning a little more attention and hopefully decrease
right.
his workload a little bit.
So
There's
it's on your list.
There's full-time for code enforcement. We can all agree that. There's a full-time job there.
Yeah.
One man or woman would be hard to keep up with even what's going on now. And I want to be clear too, when we talk about that, we're not creating a position. I say we, if we choose to, which I feel like that's consensus as we move forward, but we're not here to harass anybody. But
No.
There's issues that need to be addressed that people are taking advantage of.
I
And
think.
it's terrible.
I think hearing us talk about it here, we're not talking about someone getting in a truck and riding around and looking for it. There's enough coming into us.
Right, that people call with
Keep
concerns.
someone
That's right.
busy, full-time. And
That's right.
That would be our intention, not to ride around with a
Oh, yeah.
pair of binoculars looking on someone's property. But there's enough to.
There's enough complaints come in just
Right.
to deal with that.
And it's one thing to go tell them and warn them, and then they keep on and
Right.
keep on, and then you got to do something with it. That's where that code enforcement.
Well, you got to realize too, a lot of those folks is people that come here from a bigger city where they do have problems, and they come to be able to carry on what they're doing because they realize we don't have anyone. That's
To police it.
Right. So,
It's a mess out there, and it's going to get worse, and it really, I feel like it's to our detriment when we don't address these things, because we're asking companies and executives to come here and ride around our county and love our county and build their businesses here and bring their families here, and they ride around and look at some of this mess. And I'm telling you, a good example, Commissioner Hale and I went to a property multiple times where a guy was literally building a landfill in the front yard.
I'm telling you.
Living
guys,
in a camper and building a landfill, had garbage piled up as high as this ceiling all over the place.
Hundreds of bags.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that exists. And
I got one in my district.
you've got one that's running raw sewage on the ground out there, living in a camper. So, I mean, it's all over the county, though. It's a mess, so.
And I just, again, to what you said, Mr. Chairman, we're not talking about farm equipment. We're not talking about even someone that had a collection of old cars sitting there. I'm talking about, for me, it's the trash you're talking about, or the sewer that's being, or the illegal campers, et cetera, that it's just not right. And it's not,
Well, they stay in these campers and they stay forever in a camper. Well, they're not paying any assessments or anything on that for garbage or fire or.
We're going to have to stop issuing permits for that kind of thing, or decide that we're going to limit that to a very tight timeline. And
even if you
have
do
no ability to
issue-
enforce it.
Even if you do continue issuing permits with stipulations on it, then we have somebody that can go around it and make sure that they're abiding by whatever those rules are. I mean, that's the biggest thing, is enforcement of it, and
That's right.
that's where that person comes in, that team.
I won't disagree.
Commissioner Land, Commissioner White said that he just wasn't getting many calls on road issues. I want to forward some of mine to you. You kind of rubbing it in that you got all that sand down there on the south end.
Yeah.
Sucks that water up.
We're floating up there.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and it's nice when the lime rock pit's on your end of the county.
Yeah, that's right.
There that
Well,
is.
Mr. Chairman, I had,
Well, I tell you.
Mr. Chairman, I hadn't said much, but I've been battling the issue for livestock, hogs.
Yeah.
Out on Shelton Francis Green Drive, and they're getting out on that new bypass road, waiting on someone to hit them. Somebody get sued. So I agree that we do need a personnel to kind of police that. I went out and looked, and I'm always getting calls, and first thing I do, I call the sheriff's department. Well, I call the sheriff, ask him, could he send someone out there to tend to that, but we do need one very bad.
Absolutely. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do right now, we're going to take a recess to attend the service of Mr. Watson, and we will reconvene at 1 p.m. Thank you. Would like to say that if there's any such thing as a good service for a person, it was definitely that. Absolutely wonderful, his children and their testimony today. Just happy, proud to just be a part of it and be able to and see and witness that. I would ask at this time that we stand we're going to have a moment of silence for Officer Watson and his family. All right, thank you, everyone. At this time, I would ask the sheriff to come up. Sheriff, we want to just express our condolences before you take off with your budget about your loss of your department, and our thoughts and prayers are with you at this time and the family.
Hey, thank you, Commissioner, and our Chairman and Commissioners. And thank y'all for coming there. That means a lot to me and the family. Thank y'all. I guess we're going to get started, which I've kind of went over kind of the basics here with everybody individually and all. And as you see, we have an increase, a little bit of increase here. And reason, and kind of give you a little history lesson here on my part, is back in the 18-19 budget. I was cut the $200,000, which my only increase back then, it was 0.26%, and then the following year, 19 and 20, or actually when 20 is when the COVID was so rampant, and everything was all the state revenue and taxes and all was down and so forth, and everybody was just kind of cringing about, hey, we're going to have enough money to go around. So we done the bare minimum there again at 1.6% on that budget. And what I do is, every month I got Michelle, my finance director, give me a kind of a rundown about how much we spend in each month, and it's got to the point now where we're running a little tight. Actually start back in April, May. I said let's watch real close. Just not doing unnecessary spending. Just make sure we're good. So and that's the kind of the background of these. There's operating, I guess, expenses, $200,000 on it, and then the only other expense or increase would be the raises, and then you see is the retirement has went up and the life insurance went up, which I guess that's probably everybody has that problem. Let me see, and then on the corrections, and I think I explained to everybody about this here. You see where there's a reduction in the salaries and wages in the correction part, but that's because of Dr. Bass and one of my nurses retiring, and then we done the contract with this Southern Correctional Medical, and that increased the professional service on the correction side. But then when you add up all what we paid Dr. Bass and the two nurses and their retirement and benefits and all, and then medication, we're about you're about swapping money. Now that being said, but we do have a lot more coverage. We got 12 hours a day, 7 days a week with the nurses. And plus, I'm sure if something, went amiss and so forth, they would probably have some of the risk and liability just like we would, but that kind of helps mitigate some of that there for us.
Yes, sir.
I think that's kind of, if you have any questions, guys, y'all had looked at it. If you have any questions, I would feel glad to answer them, or wherever I can help you out with.
This time, do I have any questions for the sheriff? Comments?
Dealing with this every year, and but I would like to say, when the sheriff handed me to this, I did get a chance last night. Of course, I was 8 hours at work, but last night I did. I went through a lot of this stuff, and I know we was crunched for time, but a lot of it I understand. I know where you're going. I know it's tough times, hard times. Last year, and I know pretty much what we're facing, but we're going to try to do the best we can. I am.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I see as you went over it and shared with me the changes that you had that was mostly out of necessity from what I've seen. I don't really have a problem in the world supporting this budget.
Thank you, Chairman.
Gentlemen, I get some input from y'all. It'd be great. Thoughts? Any thoughts?
No, I think he's done a decent job with it. That's like you say, some of these expenses are just out of control, but out of his control, Sheriff.
Out of his control, yes, sir.
Yep.
Some of your expenses are out of control, Sheriff, that's what he said.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
That'll make the newspaper.
Yes.
Now, Sheriff, who prepared this? Michelle?
Yes, Michelle.
That did include, this budget did include your pay increase for the starting deputies? Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, it'll continue with that. Yes, sir. And my plans are, Commissioner White, is hopefully, we can do the same for the corrections part, and raise them up too, because, naturally, we, just like, everybody tells you, I was surprised about when Greg Scott said that he had problem retaining help. That's our problem too, is, naturally we need, more pay and better benefits and so forth and all. So that's, hence that's why we're trying to, help them out too, and it has helped, when we done that, it's, I got a lot of, appreciation for us doing that and all, and it does help when you're trying to recruit some people.
I just want to know if you're going to want me some money so I can up my benefits to keep mine.
We'll try it.
Mr. Chairman, one quick.
Yes, sir.
And I didn't ask the sheriff about this when we did meet on this, but on the animal control, I'd see it's not a very large increase. I mean, is that sufficient for that department? I mean, I know we hear a lot about it, and I'm just glad you're handling it and we're not, but, and I know it does a good job out there, but.
Well, I mean, here again, you kind of see their salary here again, is that, I guess the biggest thing there would be a more of a pay increase for them and so forth, far as,
Staff is adequate?
yeah, well,
It's never adequate,
Commissioner White, it's never adequate, could we use another animal control officer? Yes, we could, that's something we might look at. I know with the vehicles we got are good, with the dog washers are good. We done some upgrades to the facility out there. And now, I guess tomorrow when we talk about this wish list thing is I know Randy's got in there for, to upgrade or to build some more, dog kennels. That's going to be really needed and something that'll help us out. But other than, that more of a pay increase for them or kind of up their starting salary, it would definitely benefit me and also them out there because, they, believe it, which y'all know, everybody's got animals. I know when you're out there knocking door to door campaigning, every time I went to the door, I'd knock on the door and hear a dog bark, So there is a lot of animal control issues here in Suwannee County, and but I mean, yes, we could use another one, and definitely a little bump in their starting salary with them also.
And I'll just add this, kind of goes hand in hand with it. I don't know what you guys are doing as far as the folks that are dropping these animals off. I mean, it is getting sometimes out of hand. I see it, and I see the place out there full, and also I don't know what we can do to help combat that as well, but.
Yeah, now, and you're right, sometimes you go out there and it is full, but the girls have got a pretty good handle on these pet rescue and also adoptions of these animals, and when they, kind of get full, then they start, reaching out to them, and then they'll come up and, it would be enough for them to pick up 40, 50 dogs from us, and at these pet rescues or some of these adoption agencies. So, and if I remember right, our euthanation rate is, I think it's like 7 or 8%. It's real low, So we try to never adopt them out, other than trying to euthanize them.
So department-wide, are you fully staffed, or are you short people? I mean, are you having trouble hiring people is what I'm asking, and are you short any that?
Commissioner White, let me knock on wood here. I got one opening on the road, one in the jail, and I want to say one in dispatch. To kind of give you an example here, when I was over in Lake City just Saturday, with Danny's family, I was talking with the police officers over there, Lake City police officers, they're down 16. Wow. And they said they can't have they don't have any applicants and all. And not just Lake City PD, I hear it from all the surrounding counties, just like Taylor County, no bigger than it is, they was down 7 officers on the road and 7 in the jail. So I feel very fortunate, that I'm where I'm at. Now, but to tell you the truth, it is getting tougher to get applicants in, and to get qualified applicants and all. But so far, we've been very fortunate to get some good qualified people and get them hired.
Good deal.
Any other comments at this time for the sheriff? Yes, sir. Seeing none, Sheriff, I think we're good.
Did you want to go over the emergency management now, or just
sure?
Because there's an increase on that, guys, and let me just explain that to you.
What tab's that on? 35. Is it just in the sheriff's?
Say again, Mr. Harris.
35.
35.
see what's in that book.
All right, we're with you, Sheriff.
It's pretty much the same. I don't think too much of an increase from the grant matching funds and the CERT additional funding. As you see the community funding for 25,000. And when we're asking for that and reason and kind of explain what that means.
Sheriff,
I don't think that's.
we're not looking at the same thing you're looking at. Are you back in your budget?
Yes.
Looking at something?
What page are you on in your budget?
Oh, okay.
That's back on 48 is where we were. You've
Well-
got a page in there that you pulled out that you're using out of the,
Yeah, I'm out on my budget book.
Are you, is the page in here though?
Here's what he's looking
Yeah.
at. Yes.
Okay, what,
That's, I don't see a page number.
yeah, it don't have a page, but this is it right here.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like this. About halfway, 3/4 to the back, on your green. You got your green one
I
right
don't
here.
have one. Got an extra one?
hold that page up.
I'll just look at Clyde's, go ahead.
You got it right here.
I'll just look at Clyde's.
You look at it.
Back there a little bit.
Okay, I got it. 67, 1. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Maybe it's further back. Huh. We ain't looking real smart right now, are we?
No, we ain't moving.
I guess something's sticking together, I mean. Go ahead, Sheriff, we got it right here.
Okay. You see there's the additional community funding for 25,000. And to kind of explain that, it's for assisting emergency operation with victim services. I don't know if you remember that time we had that little bit of a flooding out there, and we had an elderly lady that was, or she was basically landlocked at her house, and you couldn't get to her. I mean, she couldn't get out, and we couldn't get to her, so we had to pick her up by the boat and bring her to town and so forth and get her a motel room for about a week until that water went down. So that's kind of an example of what we need this money for. Plus it could use for, like I say, cover the cost of emergency housing and other needs when necessary. And also it can help with, any food, gas, or any needs that may arise during these emergency situations. Now, what we're looking at, this is not like a, if we don't spend a dime of it, this year, then it just stays right there, So it's not like, we have a need for it. It'd just be something that may arise that we'd have something to have access to some funds to make sure that, anybody that's, down and out or in a situation where a hurricane comes through or tornado, whatever comes through there that they need help, or the flood, like a river flood like this lady did down in Lurville, we'd have something to kind of help us out with, is the reason that's there.
I got you. Any questions for the sheriff on this item?
Not this time, no, sir.
Don't have anything.
I think we're good, Sheriff.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Clyde. This time, we're gonna move ahead to some things that we didn't have on our agenda for today, kind of get into tomorrow and give us a little bit of a head start. Everybody's okay with that, as far as the board's concerned?
Good.
Yes, sir.
Whatever we can take care of today, we take a little bit of a load off of us tomorrow.
Absolutely.
I'm all about it.
All right, sir. Right now, we're going to turn over to the Suwannee County CARES Fund and expenditure sheet that the office staff has passed out. Mr. Harris, you want to head this up?
I need to make a couple of comments. One, Finance has a little bit different number. I gave them a copy of the sheet that I have, but it's really a matter of how we identify the funding source for some of these things that are on that list. The items Let me just say, the pages that were put in your book and updated yesterday were a reflection of some things that were double budgeted. They ended up in two different places, so they pulled those out and added to your contingency. The list that I gave you has some items on here that are actually listed in the budget. One example would be chip seal roads. If you go to the road department budget, you're going to find those items right there because I came to you whenever it was, 3 weeks ago or whatever. We went ahead and budgeted those, so those are built into the budget now. Those roads are. So, Nina, where's the list that y'all had in here? I just saw it a moment ago. I was looking at it. CARES Act balance?
I did see that.
Page 1.
22, budget note, revised 8/2/21. There one.
Okay, your CARES Act summary shows 6.8 million. And if you look at mine, it says 4.7. Now, one reason for that is that if you look at my sheet, I think it's colored in yellow on yours. It says 1.1 million, 1,177,000, et cetera, for the restricted funds, EMS funds. It's actually fire. That funding needs to go back to the fire department. That was a reimbursement that was made against, or from the CARES Act. But because we charge an assessment for fire, that money needs to be returned there. We've never directed finance to put it there, but that's where it needs to go. That's the money I referred to earlier that will go toward the fire station as we go forward. Does that make sense to you?
So we're going to add, since these chip seal roads are already in this budget in front of me in this purple book.
Yeah, that will.
That will get added back to the CARES funds?
That's right. Instead of that showing 4.7, we'll increase it now. It'll probably come closer to what finance was showing at 6.8 because they didn't have those roads expenses reconciled against the CARES Act.
Well, that 256, 880, 224 that's in yellow up there in the top, that was the first money we spent out of the CARES money, wasn't it?
That's correct. And if you'll look at their numbers, it shows that as 243, so there's something in there, some item in there that is different that we can figure out with the finance department.
And that's actually been spent. We've spent that money.
We've already spent that money.
Yeah. So all we're adding back in is these road.
We're going to take out the 1,177,000.
Correct.
And I don't care if we work from the 6.8, we could do that. But of that 6.8, we need to take the 1,177,853.59, and we need to move that over to fire. And then in the fire budget, that money then becomes available to complete that fire station.
Well, on here it says restricted EMS funds. I mean, is it fire or is it EMS?
It's the combination of both. We'll decide where to put it. It's got to go in one of those budgets. What CARES called it was public safety personnel. We recognize it as fire and EMS because our people are dual certified. We're going to build one station. It'll be for both.
That's a requirement from the feds that we put that back there, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
So if we take that off of there, what does that leave our number at?
You subtract that, Nina?
I've got 5,668,868.
Say it again?
5,668,868. But I don't know, I'm confused about the chip seal dollar amounts.
Okay, the chip seal dollar amounts, I'm just going to stick with your list because your list did not use the CARES Act to fund those. When that was brought to the board, we said unanticipated revenue is what we called it at the time. But now that we have a budget book, they're already shown, that expenditure is shown in your road department budget.
That's out of general revenue.
So we do not need to calculate it twice, okay? When this was prepared realizing that we didn't have a source of funding at the time, and we were going to pledge it against unanticipated revenue is what we were calling it.
Well, the rock crusher's got to come out too, because we done spent that money
And
too.
that's on here as well.
Yeah.
The rock crusher was not built into this budget. In fact, if you go look at it, we had $400,000 in
That's
it.
correct.
We're not carrying anything forward, so we are going to take, we should be taking the
225,000.
225, 282 out of here.
Correct.
But isn't that number six something
Yes, but
total?
we had already
But we already had
estimated 400,000.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
So we got to take the fire and then everything below that's got to come out. I mean, well, we had back in the roads and take the crusher out.
If you stick with that first page behind tab number 1, just go down there, below halfway down the page, you're going to see the $6,846,000.
70.
From that number, we would subtract $1,177,853.59. And then
then
we would subtract
$220.
$225,282, which is the difference for the crusher.
Is the pressure on the wish list or no?
No, ma'am.
It's done.
It's done.
What's that number, Nina? 5.6 million minus 225.
5443, 586.
5443, what was it?
586.
586.
Now we're going to add the chip seal back in, correct?
No.
No? No, because we built that into this budget book.
So really, we're only out 225, 282. I don't know where the 13,000 is at the top.
We'll figure it out. Shannon.
Probably a chip seal road.
Yeah, Shannon has a.
Yeah, I was thinking mine.
Yeah, Shannon has a detail of everything that he had calculated against that. So we'll get with you and figure out what that difference is.
So we got 5.4 remaining, correct? 5.443?
That's what I got.
5443, 586.
Yep.
Well, while we're right there on that page, they scratched through, and I guess this is the correct page that I'm looking at. They scratched through the ad valorem money and reduced it by a little bit. Is yours like that? It went from 2.31 million to 2.173 million? Or is that 2.2? I don't know, they wrote it
That
through
was
it.
Contingency.
Okay,
Contingency.
okay.
That was the adjustment.
Yeah, that was an adjustment
Contingency.
correction that I provided last night.
What was that, Keith?
That was one of the corrections I provided last night, update.
It was just a correction.
Okay.
So this 5443 number is our uncommitted balance. Is that true?
That's the balance available.
Today.
CARES Act funding.
Correct.
That's correct.
And we've got all that CARES money in, we're done with that, we ain't getting no more?
We're not getting any more.
Turn up, let out.
Done.
Just wanted to be.
So we got 5443 and we got a request for about 11 million.
That's right.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Yep, make magic happen there.
Right. There you go.
I'm gonna have to get some new
So,
batteries.
hey,
Charge my phone up.
they are going to get to experience it because it's just like us last year. Our numbers are just littler.
Yep, yep.
We just had a couple 100,000 to try to get by.
That's true.
And this is,
We'll let the two of them hit this thing, moving forward. Two young bucks.
it'll make your brain hurt before it's over.
All right, you just say no to everything, make them come back and be done with it in 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman,
That ain't work.
Duck.
there is something that there are a couple of things that I want to mention to you before we really dive into that list. One has to do with a generator, and I've spoken to some of you. I've spoken to the clerk about it. In the maintenance, facilities maintenance budget, we have $44,000 that was for a generator. A little over a year ago, we started talking about the need to replace a generator to essentially run the servers in IT at the courthouse. When we started digging into that, we ran into other issues, and then the judges said that they would like to be able to continue working when the power goes down in the courthouse. They came up with some money. The clerk came up with some money. And if you take what those two parties have come up with, and then the 44,000, it's going to take, I think it was 200,000 for the generator to run the courthouse. But that will take care of the IT room as well, servers.
200 in addition to what we've already got?
200,000 total.
Total.
So Nina, what is the total of what funding we already have set aside between the clerk and the judges and 44,000? Let me just say this, we need $40,000 more. That'll get us there.
Are you looking at a page?
I am, but it isn't on the page. I'm going from memory. I know that we need $40,000 to make the difference.
Judge is given 40,000.
Right.
And
He's
the
given
clerk,
78.
70,
No, part we were given it, or gave last year was 76,885,89.
So 76,886
and 44.
is 116,886, and we've got 44 in there. And it's for 200,
200.
so 40,000, 39,114.
We just need to make this happen. I mean, this is.
40,000 we need. And the only reason I mention it now is because you've got another generator here that I'll explain on the top of this wish list, which is a different generator. The generator I'm talking about, if we put the 40,000 with what we have, that'll take care of this specific generator. It runs lights and circuits in the courthouse, but it does not run air conditioning, okay? It will take care of the server room. The $325,000 generator is about as big as this room. It will run the chiller system, the air conditioning system for the courthouse and the jail operates off of a chiller system. When the engineers looked at this, they've run an estimate of $325,000 for a generator to run that. Okay, that is listed as the number, or the first item on your wish list here.
But that runs the chiller at the courthouse too.
The chiller, it's a chiller system that handles the air conditioning for the courthouse and the jail both. Separate generator. If you could make a decision on the first item, because I don't want to keep coming back to it and getting it confused with this generator. First item is, can we put $40,000 with the money that we have to take care of the circuits and lights in the courthouse?
That's my vote.
And the service, IT server.
I'm good with that. Yeah, I'm good with it.
Okay.
Miss Vicky, that's the generator we're talking about are the ones, that generator's the one that runs all the servers that.
That big room
that
she's got.
That's right.
Yeah, okay, I'm good with that.
That's correct.
We're taking that out of contingency, though, regular, right, not CARES money.
We just start in contingency right now, because
Okay.
we're at $2,173,000 in contingency.
We're using 40,000?
Yeah.
We're taking out 40,000.
Generator.
So there's no way to separate that the $325,000 generator and just do the courthouse with cool air?
No.
It has to do both?
Yes, it would have to do both. My recommendation is that that's enormous, that we maybe escrow over 3 years for that and just put $100,000 a year into it. I mean, it's been like this forever. It's one thing to have lights, but that's a huge expense for that chiller system.
Is the chiller system in good shape? I mean, I don't know nothing about the jail.
Chiller system's in okay shape, but it won't run without power.
Well, what I'm getting at is, everybody's asking for a building here. Are we gonna be a year or two down the road here and we're gonna have to have a new jail? That's kind of what I'm getting at. Are we gonna spend money for nothing here?
We told the sheriff he couldn't have a new jail for about 10 years.
I just told you he was out of control.
It was built to go up, you could put a story on.
It needs to be moved. It needs to be a single-story facility in some other part of the county.
Well, I just won't even go there with that.
One of these
but-
days, we're gonna be dealing with courthouse space down there. And that's where it's gonna go.
Can we make a little side note, put in our mind to come back to that? I mean, maybe do a line like you're saying? I don't know. Are you
Do an
guys-
escrow line
Yeah.
for the chiller system?
That's where,
That jail's gonna be there for a while. So,
I just want to make sure we're not just going to sit here and spend $325,000 and then somebody come at you in a year or so and say, well, this jail ain't no good, or the chiller system ain't no good. We got to revamp everything, and then here we go again.
chiller system isn't the problem, it's the power source for it.
You're still gonna have to have a generator. It don't matter what system you have there, if you want it to work when the power goes down.
Yeah.
So even if we had to work on the
I
chiller.
guess so.
So that I'm clear, we either need to buy a $200,000 generator or we need to buy
No.
two
Two
200 and
generators.
a 300. We're
Two
gonna spend
generators.
$500,000 on generators.
Not today.
Well, that's
Yeah.
what we're talking about.
I'm not.
Okay, now I'm clear.
Yeah, we took care of the additional 40,000, which is a $200,000 generator, because we've been putting other sources of funding together for that.
We're good with that.
So we're dealing with a $325,000 question.
Yes.
And again,
Do we have a generator running that at this time?
no, and we never have. That's why I say it's never had a generator before. If you were to escrow that over 3 years, then you would have it.
Do we have anybody here that can speak to how many times a year it goes down? As far as not having power? I'd just like to,
There you go.
just for understanding if we're up against something big or if we're not, or,
Are you referring to the courthouse in general or in the IT, the generator that we have at?
no, IT's
No,
gonna be
we're
taken
talking
care
about
of.
the chiller
We're gonna do
system,
IT.
Mark.
We're doing that.
Chiller
Okay,
system.
For the chiller system itself, chiller system, unless Florida Power goes down, we don't go down. And
Can
it
you
is
say
on
how many
Flo-
times
It is on Florida Power. If you have a bad hurricane come in, we can be down, but the thing about it is the courthouse and the jail are on the same feeder leg. They're a primary essential circuit, so Florida Power brings us up pretty quick. Now, we did have, I forget which hurricane it was, we had a couple years back, we were down for a couple of days. But we have emergency power in the jail now. The courthouse itself, we have emergency power on the IT and the server room, but not the rest
We're
of the
talking about the chiller.
But the chiller does not have it, so then they were, they had fans. There's no windows that open in a jail.
Right.
So, but it's rare at this point
Okay.
to answer your question.
Okay,
Thank you.
so the chiller is what we're concerned about,
Yes,
but we put up with it for all these years, all this time.
correct. We've been down a couple of times and it gets hot in there.
I imagine it does.
Well, it does. Hopefully you ain't in there.
All right, thank you for your,
I'll give you a tour if you like.
Yeah, I don't want to go through
Okay,
there.
all right.
That's not where I want. My wife might take you up on that, put me in there, but.
all I'm concerned about is my law enforcement in there. The inmates, they can sit there and be hot. They had a choice not to be in there. My law
That's
enforcement
my,
don't.
that's my thing.
We're housing more inmates now than usual. We're at 197, and just keep in mind, a lot of things have changed in that jail. And now with the virus coming back again, that just makes things a lot worse. I'm not saying we need it now, but I'm just saying, it sounds good. Our jail is getting close to
How many people will it hold?
230, but right now we're at about 192, 197, and we've got some that have to be quarantined, and we've got 10 that are on individual watches every 10 minutes, and you can't put people in there with them, so we're getting full very quickly. And we've been with the courts, trying to get them out very quickly too.
Right.
But we're in for the long haul because of last year and the lead into this year. That's not going to end anytime soon, guys, so.
Do we house inmates there for other counties or just our county?
Just our county.
So us only.
Now, just like, we've got one from Columbia County, that was, I guess you might have heard about Jack was arrested. So they brought him over here, but that just favored because he couldn't be housed because of where he worked at.
But we don't have a contract with anybody to, okay.
Thank you, Sheriff. I mean, we may as well make a decision while we're right here at it. Do we want to go ahead and just,
I don't mind starting a line item, I just don't know how much I want to put in. I mean, I guess we can always come back and add to or take away as we start going through all this other
I
stuff.
mean, let's get a number just to start with. Like you say, I mean, your pens and pencils is going to be burned up by tomorrow. So, I mean, you're going to go back to all these things and start pulling and scratching. But,
I'm good with the 3-year, $100,000 a year to start with. And if we go to running out of money, we can go back and look at it
All right.
more.
Have you got your 3 for 100,000?
3 people?
3 consent.
Yeah.
I wish we could do a little more. Only reason I say that is
We could get it done.
get closer to getting it done. I mean, y'all wouldn't entertain doing half of it and doing it over 2 years?
I wouldn't.
That's
Fair
where we're
enough.
stuck at.
Sir?
I said that's where we're stuck at. My preference is if we did do the half, and the quicker the better that we're done with it, but we got to do it.
Let me put it this way, I'm not at this point. Let's get through with the math, and then we get through minus here, then we'll see where we at. We may circle back to it and look at it some more.
I'm good with, we'll
Yeah,
have a consensus of
that's kinda where I was
100,000
at.
for 3 years. We're gonna try to circle back around though, see if we
We
can,
got three for 100,000?
we got all 5, I believe.
Okay,
Everybody's in agreement for 100.
All 5, yeah.
Yep.
100.
okay.
And Ms.
Thank you,
Nina, when
gentlemen.
you do that, will you start, I know we started with the top numbers and we subtracted twice. Give me that so I can keep up, please.
Okay. So we're on the contingency money now.
Right.
We took 40 for the IT generator.
2,113,244.
That's right.
Yeah. And we took 40 and then this,
And then
right?
100.
And that's all we've taken. Okay.
So the other 200,000, we're gonna automatically put in the budget next year and the year after, 23, 24 or it'll be decided every.
The additional, the balance would go into the next 2 years at 100.
She's asking, is it gonna be automatic, or are we gonna have to go back and look at it every time?
We'll just build it into the budget each year.
Okay.
We'll just call it an escrow line in the budget. And we're putting that in 1110, Nina?
Yes,
Okay. Did you find it?
that's where you're gonna put it.
Did you-
So it was at 2173 when we started this, and we took 40 and we took 100 so far, correct?
Yes.
We in agreement to that,
Yep.
both for generators.
Minus 40.
Contingency.
Is there a page?
2033244.
20. Say it again, Ms. Nina, I'm sorry.
2033244, sorry.
Okay.
What number she say, 2?
That's it. Okay. 2033, 244. Got it.
The contingency money that's here, that doesn't include the CARES money, correct?
No,
Okay. Just
we're
wanted
just going through that to start with, and then we'll get into that since we have that available, so. You satisfied with that, Mr. Harris?
Yes, sir.
We're ready to go to the next item?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's move along. You want to explain to us what you got there?
Well, the next item is a pickup truck.
Yes, sir.
I've got some other things I'll come back to in a moment, but for now, if you just want to go down this list behind tab 2, that you're dealing with the wish list right now.
Yes, sir.
That's for facilities maintenance.
Can I make a recommendation here on this list?
Yes, sir.
Just in my simple way of thinking. I don't mind going through here and the stuff we gotta have, the pickups, whatever, the stuff that you gotta have. But when we get to buildings and things of that nature that requires blueprints or engineering or anything like that, can we just keep that money in contingency and they come back and ask us for that at that moment where, when you got something to show me, instead of just sticking this in somebody's budget? And just a question on my part.
It would have to come back to you regardless, because that would have to be bid out. And the bids would have to come back to you. When you get to a capital item, it's gonna have to be bid.
I get that, but if you stick it in a budget, you've pretty much approved it. Is that correct?
Yes.
I think it's got to be used for that.
If you put it in a budget, it's
But
committed.
if you keep it in contingency, you.
No. The contingency is just a
Pool of money.
pool there that's for, what it used to be for was something that was unanticipated or to take care of an emergency. When you budget for it, you put it on a line, it's there, you've committed to that particular project. Now, it's got to be engineered, and then it has to be bid, and that project has to come back to you with a bid for the board to consider either awarding or not awarding.
I understand what you're saying, and it kind of depends on which side of the fence you're on. It's kind of like saying that you got a road you want to pave in 5 years, and you want to show the folks that you want to put $200,000 to it this year. Well, you want it in that line item for that road. You don't want it just in contingency.
Well, that's where I'm getting at with this, and I don't know, I want to be in control, not somebody else.
No, I got you.
Got you.
So, but you see what I'm saying? It just kind of depends on.
I get it, I was,
Right.
Here's that generator.
but we can go down the list, however you want to do it. It's just my idea on it.
Let's get through some of the small stuff, I'd say. If we got something that's a lot of discussion, let's put a
We already
circle
did
around
the-
it.
We
Come
did the
back.
generator, so
Yes,
we're on a pickup truck.
I mean, that's,
Mr. Harris,
Yeah, you're on a one-ton pickup truck.
that's for
Yeah.
That was facilities maintenance.
blown engine and burnt transmission, I don't have a problem.
Is that a
with
bear truck, or does that come with a work body bed or something like that on it? Do you know?
That's the one with a large utility bed on it, I
Okay.
believe. Like the one you have?
Is that a new bed, or is that just a new truck? For $52,000? Wow, I need y'all to buy me some trucks.
That's what I knew he was going to say.
government contract.
Pretty reasonable, really.
All
In
right.
this day and time, I thought I'd never say that in my life, but it is.
Commissioners, let me point something out to you for a minute. If you'll turn the page for a second. To the very top of the page, next page, you're going to see a 2,500 at $45,000. That's a crew cab truck. That just gives you something to compare it to. This one-ton truck, I mean, you could buy a lesser truck than a one-ton truck. They've got one over there. If you buy a 2,500 with a utility bed, it's going to cost you $45,000.
Well, I mean, you doing maintenance, I mean, are we picking up anything heavy with it? Has it got a crane on it? I mean,
That train, no, it doesn't have a crane on it. It just got a utility.
just
Yeah.
would a three-quarter ton work?
To answer your question, yes, a three-quarter ton truck will work. They've been driving half-ton trucks forever. They've got some vans, they've got one 3,500 over there that's a nice truck that could be used. But they need a truck. There's no question they need a truck.
I don't have a problem with the truck, it's just a matter of if a three-quarter ton will work versus a one-ton, I don't see spending 7,000 more on it if we don't need it.
If you get them a three-quarter ton and park it over there when they need a truck, and they look at either getting in that old half-ton that's completely worn out with the motor blown, that
Or the new
three-quarter's gonna run great.
I'm good with that.
Oh, Commissioner White, you discussed how much money you're gonna give them, and that's what they're gonna buy.
That's what I said.
I know that 45,000 is,
Is that a good number?
it's either off Sourcewell or Sheriff's contract.
It is a good number.
Good number. It was a good number when we pulled the number. Now, The caveat is that we all know what's happening with numbers, but we're trying our best to use real numbers. That was a real number when we pulled it off the competitively bid sheet.
I got consensus at 45,000.
Yeah, but why don't we just go ahead and do two of them? I mean, we're talking about the same truck, two different departments, they gotta have them, right?
Yes, sir.
So why don't we just go ahead, if we're gonna approve one of them, do we need to look at
We
that
get
other truck?
cheaper if we buy two.
That was my next question.
That's where I was going with that. If we're gonna buy on page 2, that 45,000, and approve that for maintenance, then why don't we just
That
go ahead and
right-of-way
approve-
crew, what do they use that for, Randy? I mean, is it just tools and stuff, or what are they
And
doing with that truck?
You've got 3 men that ride in that truck
I get that, but
from time to time, but yes, the utility bed is for trans.
I'm just wondering if it's heavy enough on their end at right-of-way when you're out there on the side of the road.
Yeah, because their other trucks, their other equipment is a great all and a dump truck.
Okay.
So this
They're
is,
just using it to get
I
back
got
to
you.
Bailey.
yeah, that's right.
So we're good at consensus at 2 for
I mean,
45.
we're talking about trucks, might as well do them both.
All right.
Mark those off, sir.
I wouldn't buy nothing but a four-wheel drive. I'm just saying.
I think that's what we need, both of them forward drives.
If they can get by with a 2-wheel drive, it'll be less than the 45,000. The one is a 4-wheel drive for the right-of-way crew.
Correct.
But you had it priced at 45,
That's correct.
so we're saying 45 on both of
You
them.
do 45 at both,
Get a
And you'll
little money back.
determine that.
we'll, whatever it is off that competitively bid sheet is what it'll be.
All right.
I'm good
So we
with
can
that.
take 90 off, take another 90 off that
Yep, right now.
right now.
Goes quick, don't it?
Burning a hole in my pocket over here.
See, it'll be a little bit cheaper anyway, because that other one, the first one is not gonna be a crew cab. The right-of-way crew has 3 men, so it needs to be a crew cab.
Have a new number for us, Miss Nina?
1943244.
1923444.
1943
244.
244.
Okay.
We need like a big LED display where when you're taking this off, it just pops up for us.
Second time I've heard that.
Right up there on that.
We didn't need that though before because we didn't have those numbers.
You didn't have no money.
I'll let y'all know when we get back to the numbers we had last year.
We're headed there.
Yeah, we're getting there pretty quick.
All right, Mr. Harris, security cameras, tell us about it.
Mark, what are these security cameras for? You got 30 seconds.
Okay, the jail. That quick enough?
That's quick.
Necessary?
Sir?
Necessary?
Yes.
Is it an upgrade or?
Well, it is an upgrade. The cameras we have in place right now are failing and they're analog.
Fair enough.
Is this something you're installing, somebody outside?
So we'll outsource it.
Security safe.
Security safe.
I haven't
Well,
seen-
that's who we're assuming. I'm quite sure we're gonna have to bid at this number right here, but those are those who I outsourced to get budgetary numbers with. Let's do that.
Mark, does that include on the outside?
No, those are just the main cameras where y'all have got a bunch of cameras in there, but these are the ones where they ingress and egress, where they access the main lobby door and all that, because they keep crashing on us, the ones at the Sally ports and all that. It's all those cameras. Yeah, and I think there are a couple outside cameras, but.
Where we need some, I mean, I understand we need to upgrade this, I agree.
Right.
But on the backside of the jail, actually it faces, when I say backside, it faces Ohio Avenue where the old post office was back there. We've had some problems with, people bringing drugs over there and, and inmates,
Trying to get it
throwing
in.
something over and getting them up there. So we was looking at some prices for us to be able to do it. And, it just was kind of steep for us, but we do need some camera, if you're talking about the jail, on that backside would really help.
Is this all the same system we're talking about
Well,
here?
there's a couple of different systems in there. Some are recorded, some are non-recorded. But where he's talking about would be some exteriors on the back side of the building. Now, we could, if you want to allow us the latitude to add some cameras and come back to you with basically a change order on it. You approve this much and we'll do a change order for y'all's approval to add to it when we go out for bid.
Who monitors this?
Yeah, that's
This-
where.
They're all going to main control. There's somebody sitting there looking at them all the time. The new.
Or the sheriff's department?
Yes. The new systems will be recorded because there is no more just view, you know, everything goes to a DVR anymore. So it's all recordable now, so you can go back and, you know, check if you had an issue, you could go back and say, oh, we caught Joe Blow over here doing whatever.
How many cameras is that?
Oh my, 19 on just that circuit. Then they have other ones that monitor inmates.
My point is, though, why are we involved in
Jail.
the jail? Why, I
Because the
mean,
building is ours. The
but
building,
that's
the
the-
building is ours and ingress and egress is ours.
But that's, I mean, I'm not disagreeing, but I'm saying, like you, I think you're asking, that's a security thing. Why are,
When the jail was built, that was the original, that was what was there. The ingress and egress of the jail was part of the original build.
but I understand what you're saying, that's what it was, but I'm saying if the sheriff needs some more cameras back there, and we need to update this, and he monitors the thing, seems like we need to be working with the sheriff and just letting him deal with.
Well,
I'm saying, I'm just saying, even though we work with him about the money, I'm not trying to tell him to beat him up about his budget, but I'm just saying, we don't need to divide it. In my opinion, why do we need to divide it? Why don't we
We do
just-
anyway. All of your repairs over there are funded
Through my department.
through this department.
Yeah.
Electrical, doors, windows, whatever, painting the jail,
Mhm.
all of it's funded by the board through facilities maintenance.
So are the cameras a part of the building, or are they?
Yes.
So how many more cameras would you need back there, Sheriff, you thinking? Just guessing. No, I'm not holding you to it, just,
Say 6.
well, we just need to add that to this then.
Well, my question is, I'm trying to get back to is this redoing the whole camera system in the jail, plus adding the sheriff's 6, and is that all on the same circuit, whatever?
Yeah, yes, sir.
DVR?
Yes, sir.
Even the ones on the inmates?
Yes, sir, there's like 6 monitors in there, and they've got like 9 screens, 9 views on each monitor.
But I mean, are we replacing those, are those outdated as well, the ones
No,
on
no,
the
no,
inmates?
those were put in there subsequently. That was something that the sheriff wanted later on, but ingress, egress was ours. It was always ours.
I got you, okay. I was just trying to
Yeah.
get at what we were.
No, we're not doing every camera in the jail, no, sir.
Okay.
But the ones that you're updating, that system's getting thrown away.
Well, yeah, because it's view only, it's analog, and actually, we looked at changing out just cameras, but the wiring and nothing works because analog doesn't interface with digital.
But this is us buying the system, or are we leasing the
So
system?
we're buying it, it's ours.
It'll be ours.
It will be ours.
Guys, even on the sheriff's wish list, there was an upgrade of cameras, and I think what would be good for all of us to do is let's ask Captain Carver what's working and what's not working, because we even asked for some cameras through the wish list as well to include animal control. If you go into jail, looking at the video system in there, half of it's good, half of it's not. Half the recording devices are not the same as the others. Some of the monitors don't have the same USB, UVA, whatever. I think if we're gonna look into that system, we need to get what we need now. And I don't think 27,000, it might cover the entrance and the exit, but that's probably gonna be it if we don't use but one source. We need to find out exactly what we need over there, because it is a county building, but we've asked for money in our wish list as well to cover the jail and animal control. And if y'all haven't figured it out yet, animal problems are just about as prevalent as human problems.
Well, how many cameras are you looking at down there?
Frankly, we don't know. I mean, it's one of those things that we got to look at, 3 or 4, I'm sure. There's 3 different facilities there. And then, you know, it's, when you get down towards the garbage site, you know, there's no fencing there. And we had an issue with people dropping drugs in there into the wood section by there. I mean, we need to be verifiable, but I think we might need to, this afternoon, ask the captain what's going to be appropriate, what's working, what's not in the dog.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna look at it, I would like to look at it as a whole.
There you go. I agree.
I mean, that just makes
Okay,
more
we
sense.
can do that next year. Because we've already got $10 million worth of requests here.
I see theirs was 80 grand.
All right,
Huh?
we're going,
Well, I'm just saying, if we're even gonna think about it, look at it, if that's what we gotta do, let's look at the whole thing and not just a piece of it.
Yeah, like I say, it'd probably be good to have him on the same system, you know, same type of camera, same system.
Well, that's, yeah,
That's
I don't wanna hodgepodge it, you know?
We don't need to have $27,000 with XYZ Corporation.
Yeah, we got enough of that, I think, in
40,000
the
with
county
ABC
already, from what I can determine.
Right. Well, this system right here will integrate with what they have, their newer systems that they have in there, because frankly, they were installed by the same people.
There you go.
okay, we're going to circle back around this, thank you.
Okay.
But that's something that's probably gonna have to be bid out for the number that's
Yeah,
we
it'll
got.
have to be bid out anyway. That's
Okay.
Moving ahead, service vehicle.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to beg your indulgence for a moment. I think it might help us to go ahead and tackle some big-ticket items and then come back to some of these smaller things.
Before you run out of money.
I need to clear something up for you. If you will please turn to page 3 of 4 and go to the very bottom of the page.
Go to which page, Mr. Harris?
Page 3.
Okay.
Go to the very bottom of the page. You see that $900,000 item down there?
I do.
It says new sign shop. There was more to that. It
I was
wasn't-
wondering.
Yeah, it wasn't just a sign shop. That was actually the whole shop for the road department. Okay, that was the shop for the road department, that's fuel farm and the new sign shop. We had been budgeting for a sign shop. We held off for the same problems we held off on everything else. When the engineers told us we couldn't build retention ponds out there, we had already been talking about relocating. So we took that money, we're rolling it all together and saying, okay, this is the sign shop, this is the mechanical shop, the welding shop, everything that you see out there, service bay, and a fuel farm on that new property. That's what that number represents right there. It just says sign shop
The new property meaning
on 112. That's right.
Wasn't there 175,000 or something already in a budget somewhere I seen for this? No, this was besides that. I seen something for a sign shop. I've looked at so many numbers, man. I just remember seeing 175 grand somewhere for a sign shop. In a previous budget, might have been in last year's budget. I think that's where it was.
We've been rolling money forward each year.
Well,
I can pull the road department, we'll pull that up and look at it real quick. Because in there, I think we had a pole barn too before, that we were gonna build out there to store equipment out of the weather.
But in any account, this would be on the new property, not at the airport. Is that,
4110. Pardon me?
this would be at the new property, not at the airport.
That's correct. We can't build anything else out at the airport. You don't have,
Well, what, does that belong to the county out there at the airport?
yeah.
What's that, Nina? Did you say no?
The road department and the fire EMS have to pay a lease
To who?
to the general fund because FAA
Because of the grants.
demands, not demands, but because we have grant money going out there.
We own it, we pay rent to ourselves.
Well, I get that. My question is, when you do away with that shop and office out there, can we lease that out?
Yes. We need to try to lease that to a commercial entity that needs an airport.
Well, but I
I've
didn't
been-
know with the FAA
I've been
funding and
trying to
all, if
find-
that was possible to
Trying
do.
to find planes that would haul lime rock from our mine up here, but they're just not heavy-duty enough.
But you're saying we can do that? You're
Yes.
sure of it?
We can absolutely lease that commercial space out to someone that needs an airport for their business.
Any thoughts on what that would rent for, lease for?
Oh, no, I don't have any idea. I have no idea.
I can only find the storage building and the pole barn. I can't find signs in this current budget either.
Last
The
year,
storage building was zeroed out, it was left out. It's on page 5, but we didn't put a number in there for that in the current year, for that storage building.
so there was no money rolled forward.
No, not for that.
I would like to see us, if we're gonna do this, start escrowing funds for it, not try to tackle 900,000 at one lick. I mean, we're down to 1.9 already. If we agree to 900,000, you're cutting it in half, in 1 year. I mean, I don't know what that escrow number would be.
Well, that's where I'm going back to, when you put the money in contingency, when you get to that particular thing, then we'll deal with it.
You mean,
We can take the money and
Just
keep
leave
it
it
in
in there.
contingency, just leave it there.
yeah.
We ain't gotta make a decision on it today, I don't think.
I'm good with that. I would be against doing 900,000 today.
I mean, I get where Randy's coming from, you're gonna eat up all the money here pretty quick.
Yeah.
And he's wanting to get his 900 grand, I understand that, but how long is it gonna be before we do this?
It won't be before we have the money to do it. I mean, I don't care if you escrow, I don't care how you do it. It doesn't make a bit of difference to me. It just has to be done. You can't stay there. You can't build more.
Well, could we?
And I don't care when it gets done. So if you
Well,
want escrow,
that's my only point, is if it's gonna be 2 years from now,
Why eat up 900?
why ain't up 900 grand this year if we got time to deal with it?
if I had $900,000, I'd put the drawings together and we would bid it out. And we would do that soon.
Because I see so
But if-
much in
but
these
if you want
budgets
to-
that just gets rolled and rolled and rolled, and we don't do anything with it, and it's just tying up money.
Well, for 2 years, we roll a lot of stuff intentionally.
Well, I get that, but I see some other things that just keeps getting rolled that we don't do.
If you're going to escrow, I can only tell you what we have traditionally done, and that's, we have created a line that says escrow,
Correct?
and we put whatever we're going to put there until we get it fully funded. But we don't leave it in the contingency.
What's your plans to move everything out there? You got a timeline on that?
As soon as we can fund it. As soon as we can fund it.
Well, you got $1 million already, right? Set aside for that out there?
Not for the road department, not for that shop.
No, I get that, but for the,
The administration building is in the budget. The road department shop is not.
You took 200,000 to fix the sinkhole out there.
We did that in the current year. Because
But
we
it-
had $1 million in there before, but when we had that sinkhole, I came back and asked the board to take 200,000 of that and put it toward the sinkhole that we had under the rail spur.
Is that 200,000 in this budget? Maybe back to
I thought the whole $1 million was back in there when I looked at it,
There's there's 1.5 million in there,
in the budget this
in
year.
the budget. It's already in the budget.
Already accounted for.
That's correct.
And that's only for site prep and admin building?
That's the admin building, the site prep. We used the numbers from I think the most recent was the state attorney's office, and then I had gotten pricing from some contractors.
No EOC building, none of that?
No, the EOC building was a request of the legislature that did not get approved in the current year.
I just remember something.
The other building that we're hoping to build out there is part of a grant request that we've gone through phase 1 of the application process and waiting for notification to go through the phase 2 process. That would be a large multi-purpose building built on that property out there that would work as a shelter. And there's nothing in this budget for that. That's going to be solely grant funded.
I guess if, I hear what you're saying about not leaving it in the budget, have to create a line item for it and budget for it.
Which I'm fine with. I mean, if you're gonna spend the money, you're gonna spend the money. I guess it don't matter if you keep it in, just if you keep it in contingency, it keeps it in our court, not theirs, is my only point.
And in case of an emergency, there's a larger,
Just like your $200,000 sinkhole you had to fix.
are there anything we got that's gonna be,
The reason that was being done was because Many years ago, the county owned a piece of property south of town, and that's where Public Works was, and that's where it should have stayed or moved farther to the south. But they were not at that time driving every piece of equipment and dump truck through the city to get to the airport every day, all day long. So those stockpiles of material that you see out there where they're running back and forth to the mine all day, every day, they're driving through two school zones and all the traffic in town. When we ran the calculations on the amount of time that it takes to do that and the manpower, it was, I think, $175,000 that we create in efficiencies instead of wasting that time and money with manpower driving through the city back and forth 6 times, 7 times a day.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
No, go ahead, Don.
I was just thinking, is there any other source out there, especially if we're gonna start budgeting? I mean, obviously, I think what I'm hearing is they don't wanna just pop out 900,000, and that's a lot to swallow. Is there any other sources out there that we have, that, or we know it's gonna be coming soon, that we could allot for or provide for this amount of money?
No, not that I'm aware of. We can't apply for grants for anything like that. The only thing I can apply for grants for is, like I said, that large multi-story building that we're trying to get the funding to build out there on that property that would work as a shelter. That would be a hardened facility. I think that's $5 million, but we can't use any of it for this.
The $1.5 million for the admin building, is that gonna cover the admin building, or is that still not enough?
My hope is that that'll take care of the site work, the utilities, and the building. And we'll know more when that comes time to bid. You know, right now, I can't tell you. My hope is that we see a correction in some of these crazy numbers right now on construction costs.
I don't think 1.5 is gonna build an admin building if 2 million builds a fire station. That's just my opinion. I mean, I know the prices are extremely escalated right now on everything.
Well, I don't know what's gonna happen with the fire station. We were trying to do a hardened building out there. And we won't know until we bid the thing out, honestly.
Yeah, well, we had the specs from engineers, but my thing was, Mr. Chairman, is my mentalness of this is, I mean, there's a lot of big ticket items on this list, and to just start swallowing all of them, or some of them, all at once, when, you know, we don't, this is the first I've heard of a new sign shop and whatnot out there, and although it may be needed, I mean, I'd like to see us get to some of these long-term investments that would be revenue generating for development or whatnot, if you will. If we're gonna spend some big ticket items, and maybe, I mean, we don't have plans, we don't have anything, but just to swallow 900 grand. Say we're gonna go build us a sign shop and write $1 million check for it, I just.
This
I
is
can't
not
get
a
on board
sign
with that.
shop. Let me make this very clear. This is that enormous shop that you have out there for working on equipment. I think it's a 6-bay shop. It says sign shop on here. I'm telling you, it does include the sign shop. You don't have a sign shop. You've got a shed.
We do.
You've got men out there with a $10,000 system for making signs in a shed.
I understand.
That the top's falling in on. And when we had budgeted for that before, like I said, we started the process and got with the engineers. We can't build out there. So we stopped everything. And it is combined with the shop, the mechanical shop in here. And a fuel farm. You see the fuel tanks out there, and that's going to be a requirement when we relocate that.
Basically, it's the pleasure of the board of, if you're saying you're not satisfied with the 900,000, you gentlemen are the ones that make the decision on what you are satisfied with. And the only thing I would ask you to consider is just to consider to have a line item. I understand about leaving it in contingency, but you never get to the finish line if you don't have it where you can't grab it. I just feel like it gets chewed up for something else, so I would ask that we we'll consider it being on the item. Now, I don't- you know, the number that you'd like to see there is fine. I mean, make that number whatever you folks can stomach, but I just,
Well, we got 2 pages of equipment requests, right? Am I correct in that? And then this that we're looking at now is a whole separate deal. The 9.6 million doesn't have anything to do with the,
Well, there's one item in here that's already been taken care of, and that's on the money for the fire station that's going back to the
Fire.
CARES Act. On that same page, if you go up to the top, third item down,
that's gone.
that's off of there. You already took care of that.
Yeah,
Mr. Hancock has a comment for us.
No, it's just a question. Talking about 1.5 million, and I want to congratulate Mr. Harris. He turned a $2,000 loan from last year's budget into another 500, so now he's got 700,000. Y'all figure that, can you follow that one?
Can you
He
repeat
did
that?
pretty good.
Part of that.
He's talking about how you got to $1.5 million from, you had $1 million, you spent 200 on a sinkhole, and now we're at 1.5 million.
Yeah.
He's saying you're pretty good.
Yeah, we'll try building some of these buildings.
Well, no, I understand. I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, that's pretty good, Randy. You give them 2,000 for the sinkhole and get another 500,000 in addition. That's good investment. But anyway, my question is now, if you don't have a timeline, and it goes back to what Commissioner White was talking about, if you don't have a timeline of when you're going to build this stuff, don't budget it all in 1 year and then roll it over. That's your problem you've got. Part of the problem you got now, you roll and roll and roll. If you know that you're going to build within the next budget year, then you're okay to spend the money. But when you start now, you don't know when you're going to build something. And I'll give you an example. This building here, there was money budgeted for improvements here on the exterior. Well, they didn't get done for a long time. And I don't know if they all got done or not, but the money got used for something else because priorities changed. Understand that. But you've got another one, and it's in this budget, that's been rolled, if you roll it again and approve this, for 6 years. You've had money to redo Exhibition 2. And when it first came up 6 years ago, it was essential that it get done. 6 years later, it still ain't done, but the money's sitting, has been rolled every year. And there are other projects similar to that. But my question is, unless we're going to build it in the next budget year, why budget all the money in 1 year? Say, okay, here's half of it or a third of it, but you've got to tell us when you're going to build it. Taxpayers don't mind growing the county a little bit, but I'll be darned if I want to do it all in 1 year and then have the money sitting here, hopefully drawing interest. But, I mean, when does it stop? Type thing.
This is
You got other
the
big
chicken and the
problems.
egg question. This is the chicken and the egg question, okay? So let me just speak from experience, and you can see it yourself. When we budgeted for the state attorney's office and we obtained the money, we drew the drawings, we bid the building, and we built the building. When we budgeted for the Mizell building and the board allocated the funding, we went in there and built the building. I would anticipate that if the board budgets for what we've been discussing for next year, then we'll draw the drawings, we'll bid it, and we'll build the building. If, on the other hand, the board says we want to do this over 2 years, and we're going to escrow half of it now, or we want to do it over 3 years, then I would anticipate building it the year following the year that we know that we've got all of the funding. That's the way it would be done. So when we have the money, we draw them, we bid them, and we build them. That thing out there, exhibition, whatever it's called, 2. We've never had all of the funding that it's going to take to do that, and it's never been a priority by the board to dump a whole lot more money into that old building. So that's why that money's been rolled over.
If you're not gonna do anything, take that 50,000 and use it to buy a pickup truck.
Well, on that exhibition too, are we gonna do something there or are we not?
It'll be up to the board to add more money to what's there today.
This is the exhibit halls over there or at the
Yeah,
Coliseum?
if it were up to me, I wouldn't touch it. I'd leave it like it is and maybe save enough money someday to build a brand-new building on that additional land that we bought that's set up with restrooms and air conditioning and everything else.
Well, wouldn't that be a candidate for a grant, you wouldn't think, over there with that, like it was with the
If we
rodeo?
could get an ag grant or grant through the Department of Agriculture, that'd be wonderful.
Well,
What
that'd
was
be
we
my
gonna
route
do
on
to that
that.
building? Was it just flooring? I can't remember. Greg, what was it we were gonna do to that building?
Thank you, Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Mr. Bo.
That building needed a lot of help.
Couldn't remember what.
We've bounced around different things, different ideas, that space. We did write on that last grant we wrote for the FDEX, the Florida Department of Agriculture grant. One of the scopes is doing a small amount of improvements in there. We gotta do something with the flooring or something. I mean, we gotta do something with it. And we hope to use that money to that. If we need to tap into that 80,000, we can circle back around to the commission for approval for that. But, right now, luckily, COVID kept us from renting the space very much, and it hadn't been a hot topic in the past year and a half. But before that, it was very actively used. But we plan on doing something. We got to do some cosmetics at least on that, just to make it
Painting and,
right. Yeah,
what, refresh my memory, what kind of floor is in there now?
concrete floor.
What do we need to do
Painted.
to it?
Either repaint it, sand it down, you get Mark's guys to, we could put laminate down or something like that, but
Why can't we just stain it?
it's been stained before. It's been covered with this green, Mark, right, Mark? The floor is green with, then they put some other stuff on top of that, and it's all peeled off, and right,
Or why can't it just be concrete?
right.
Etch it or whatever. Just a question, I just.
Right. We can apply for another one to make improvements there. Every year we're getting a chunk. I anticipate getting some more chunks, so.
Well, thank you, Greg.
Sure.
Before we get too far down these two lists here, I want to see some roads paved. I mean.
In District 4?
5, 4, 3, there's a bunch of deteriorating roads in this county. And I don't see an excess funding of DOT money coming our way. And I'm just sitting there looking at, we got some money right here that we can actually go do something that benefits everybody in this county and pave a road. And we're sitting there talking about buildings.
Well, and I don't disagree, but, I think we need to get to that, because I do want to see some of those paved too, but we got some other things here I think we all kind of consented to, was code enforcement. I see we got a position here, we need to go ahead and take into consideration, and a vehicle for that person.
Well, I'd like to
I
go
hate to
through here
jump
and
all
pick
around,
off
but-
what's really, really necessary off of this list that we know we need to fund this year.
I agree with
First.
that. I would like to table this sign shop. That's just me. I'm just one of 5, but I'd like to table the sign shop till either.
Or I'd like to
end-
get through all of it and let's pick off, what I'm saying is just go through, some of these vehicles you gotta have. There's things here that you're gonna have to fund right now, and we gotta have them today. Let's do them first,
circle
and let's
back.
see what we got
Yeah,
left.
yeah, I'm good with that.
Yep.
So, Mr. Harris, if you wanna get to the ones that are essential today,
Mr. Chairman, can I just bring one thing up?
Yes, sir. Chief Hand.
When you're looking at your first list that's got the total of 1.8 million at the bottom of it, the first two pages of tab up two. The items for fire rescue that are in there, the re-chassis, the 2 new ambulances, upgrade of the current radio system, and the security cameras are already in my budget. So if you remove those from that total, they were left in the total. Historically, we've put those items, even if I've funded them on the wish list, so you guys are understanding what we're looking for extra. But if you take those items that I've already budgeted away, you've got 890,552 left. The other items that are all the way through that list. So it drops from 1.8 to 890. Then on the other 2 pages, the 22 other requests, we have the 1.1 million for the fire station that we know the CARES money's going towards, and the 2 things under general, under EMS buildings improvement, the storage sheds and the furniture, which those aren't very high items, but if you take those out with the 1.1 million, it drops that list total to 8544766. So those are already in my budget. So those don't have to, you don't have to, you've got less numbers. I just wanted you to be aware, there's not a 1.8 million.
We don't have to consider them.
Right, there's not 1.8 million of requests, there's 890 on that first list.
Thanks.
Gotcha.
Thanks.
So the code,
Do you include the radios, Eddie?
Yeah.
Yep, 405.
The 405,
It's already in the budget.
it's budgeted, yes. And that's budgeted as well.
So he's got the money for that, so cross him out.
That helps a lot.
well, the new, nothing just yet. Nothing right now.
Okay, the county IT service vehicle would be for Charlie. It's handling the servers and the computers and hauling everything around all over the place.
And I'll vouch for that. He does need one.
So, yes on the vehicle?
I think so, yes. I mean, you're your own
Okay.
decision, but
IT
The
vehicle,
28,000?
28,000?
Right.
Yes, sir, I'm fine with that. For IT, that's Charlie.
Yep, I'm good with that.
I'm fine with that.
That's 3 of y'all.
Yes, sir.
I'm in agreement.
Next is
You want to wait on the chairman to come back?
Well,
Yeah, I guess so. I didn't
Yeah,
even notice
sorry.
he was gone.
in his absence, I'll
I
take
didn't
care
even
of
know
it.
he was gone.
You talking to me?
We're approving
Man,
talking
I'm
to you.
hey, you step out, I kept running business.
That's what I like to hear.
We're getting the IT truck.
The $28,000 vehicle for IT.
You good with that, sir?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Next is $33,000 for a pickup truck for a code enforcement
Je-
office.
Definite yes on my part.
Is that 3 yeses?
Yeah, because we're going to fund
Yes.
that position too, so you can check it off as well.
Correct.
So the
Okay.
truck and the position. Position's on a different page,
All
right?
Mr. Chairman, the next 4 items with EMS were already built in the budget, so those are already included. So that won't be coming out of contingency.
Okay, where's the, I wanna go back to the code enforcement.
Yep.
Position,
That position is
Trying
on,
to keep up with these
It's,
numbers here.
2,319.
Yes.
I don't remember what page that was on. It was,
That-
It's on other requests.
3 of 4.
Mr. Harris, that will be a 4x4 truck for code enforcement, right? I would just hope so.
I honestly do not remember.
Okay.
But that'd just be a half-ton pickup.
Yeah,
That's
fo-
all he
But
needs.
I would definitely make it
But I
a
would make it a
4x4.
4x4
Oh, yeah.
for these.
Well, if you want to add $5,000 to that price that's on there, that should cover that.
38,000.
38,000.
All right.
Okay, 38,000 for a 4-wheel drive.
That's 2. Or 3.
Four-wheel drive code enforcement.
You got 2, yeah, I don't know, Mr. Chairman, Don, y'all okay with the extra 5?
Yeah.
Finance.
I'm good with it.
Yeah.
That's what I need. Thank you.
28,000 was for the service.
But I need y'all getting ahead of me.
You're looking
Oh,
at,
you're ahead of me too.
5 more down, you're looking at 63,000.
6319 on,
New code enforcement.
Okay, so that would put us down closer to the bottom of the page, Extension Office, 35.
Wait, we're still on the new position for code enforcement.
I think we're all in agreement.
we got 3 on that.
Yeah,
Oh, we got 5, I think.
5 on that.
5 on it.
Yeah.
Can you give us a new total?
That's
Miss-
what we're
just a
trying
minute.
to.
Well, while she's working on that, Mr. Harris, that used 2017 for the extension office, and they're budgeting 35,000, and we're saying 38,000 for a brand-new four-wheel drive pickup truck. Why are we looking for something that's 2017? Unless they just want to spend less money than that.
Well, I think they were trying to save money, that they were just saying they needed a newer crew cab than what they have to replace the 2005. I'm going to tell you, it's a tough market out there.
Oh, it is.
I've been carrying money for used pickup trucks. We used to be able to get trucks from Sarasota County, and we can't do it anymore. Now everybody's auctioning everything, and it's more than we can pay. Last time I bid on a used pickup truck, I think I bid 11,000, and we lost it. It was a regular cab pickup truck.
Ms. Staff has a comment for us.
So I would just like to say that at one point in time, it was my understanding that we could not get new vehicles. Obviously, our preference would be for a new vehicle, but we didn't want anything older than a 2017. So half-ton,
Is that?
four-wheel drive would be just,
Do you need a crew cab?
You need a
Yes.
crew cab.
yes,
Four-door.
Important part's the crew cab.
Probably, do you need a four-wheel drive?
yes,
Because that white one's that 05 out there, right? Is that the 05?
08.
Says 05 on here.
That's a little gray that doesn't have any crew cab. And
I can't believe that 08's still going the way we abused it during them storms last year with the road crews and all.
it doesn't always go very well. It's left agents stranded in the field.
Wow. It was put to the test, though.
Thank you.
Ms. Nino, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
She's got an update. What's that number? She's been,
1816925
That's what I had.
that's remaining.
That's what I got.
for extension.
Say it one more time, Miss Nina.
1816925.
That's after code enforcement and all.
Yes, sir.
Are we saying yes on the 35,000?
Well, but it's, we ain't got there yet. What do you, I don't know, Mr. Harris, what do you think of, would a newer one be more feasible like he was asking, or?
Well,
I'm looking at these.
Well, I'm just saying the used market's really bad right now. You
It's
pay
hard.
almost as much for a new one, used one as you do a
here's
new one.
what's going on. The trucks that we order now, we've been told 8 to 8.5 months,
Yeah.
because we just ordered one. So we're looking at least 8 months.
Well, my thinking is they just get a new one that's under warranty. You got warranty coverage on it.
Well, I don't know what the number would be on a half-ton. That 2,500 was 45,000. If you want to try 40,000 and go for a new one,
That's
He just
what
needs
I,
a,
that's
he
what
needs
I
a crew
think.
cab, four-wheel drive work, like a work truck.
Plain truck.
Plain,
Yep.
half-ton.
1,500 crew cab.
Yeah.
Four-wheel drive.
I'd
Correct.
rather go new than I have.
40 should be able to cover that.
If you
The
want to
used
put
market is
$40,000 there, we
Super
can
inflated.
start there.
That's what I say.
40,000?
Are y'all, do they buy them off the state contract, Randy, or are they piggybacking? I know we've had great success with finding the vehicle a lot cheaper using Charlotte County's contract instead of the Florida Sheriff's contract. Just saying, I mean, if you.
Well, I don't mind reaching out to them, but we've been using Sourcewell and Sheriff's Association contract and all of the
There are other
GSA.
ways, if you wanna call me, I'll give you a number to call, and it's usually been better than that on vehicles.
Well, I got a question while we're out there on that. How long before y'all gonna start getting rid of them pickups y'all been buying?
Well, we just, gonna be a while, 4 or 5 years probably.
Oh, so you just started on those?
Yes, and those, the resale on the ones we got rid of were tremendous, and Randy's right, a used one's gonna cost you, anyway, it costs you to get one off of a good state contract, but we've been piggybacking off of Charlotte counties, and they've saved us 4,000 to 6,000 per vehicle.
So 40,000, is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
What have y'all been paying for a truck? Do you know? For just those sheriff's trucks y'all been getting?
If you get a basic four-wheel drive, standard cab pickup truck, you can get in them 28 to 31. We've been paying about 34 for our four-wheel drive.
Well, they're just standard cab.
No, they're crew.
Four-door?
With rubber mats, rubber seats.
So 40 grand or to cover it, then yes.
I want one like the sheriff got.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Got in for under 40. Just not with the equipment in.
Well, you can take his equipment out. I'll just take his truck. I don't need it.
I borrowed it when I called.
So we're at 40 on that.
Next item on there, just scratch it out. What I did there was, we took that car that we had at the administration office, and we took that over and left it for 911 to use.
Okay,
This 24,000,
yes.
scratch that out.
Scratch that out. Building department, new pickup truck, that was a number that came off of Sheriff Association contract,
I'm assuming that's just a standard
just a standard pickup.
work truck,
Right,
and I'm assuming they need it or they wouldn't have put it on there.
correct. That's for the inspector.
You got consensus for that?
Yes.
Yes.
We have consensus for that, Ms. Nina. Building department truck.
Can we make that an even
Can we make
number?
that even number? It's just easier.
Like,
An even number.
like 28.5 or
29, whatever,
Like 50,000?
28?
Which one did
30.
we just do? This one?
I'd make it 30. When we pulled that number, honestly, it's probably gonna be 30 by the time we buy it.
I think we need to go
I,
30.
that's
30.
probably, that's what I'm thinking, because I ain't seen no $28,000 pickup.
Do a number.
Change it to 30,000.
Okay.
he found a
Oh, I know,
Nice.
but I've been looking at trucks for a while, and I'd sure like to buy some of them at
What
28.
did we do on the security cameras for the EMS? What was that? That was covered under,
That's covered under his.
already
budget.
covered? I just didn't have a check by it.
Are we changing that to 30?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Ms. Nina, you got that at 30 for us?
Okay.
Top of the,
Any number or no?
Please.
1,746,925.
Okay. Right in line.
Say it one more time, I'm sorry.
1,746,925.
We're on page,
We already took care of the right-of-way crew truck.
all right. Sweeper.
the sweeper, we use that on all your roads.
Are we
Just replace-
leasing, buying?
Building. No, we need to buy one.
We're replacing one that we about wore out.
That's right.
Yep.
Well, I'm good with that one then.
That's a desperate need.
Got consensus on that.
Can you make that even too?
Do you feel like that number is still solid?
Well, I'm not sure it will be by the time, I'd change it to 62.
Yeah,
Because
I mean,
the
it's,
trend that's going on right now.
yeah, look, do I have consensus at 62 for that sweeper?
You
Yes,
do
sir.
on my part.
Ms. Nina, 62 for the sweeper,
Can we use it on County Road 795?
right there at the landfill?
Yes. Good Lord.
We
We could take that old one and just park it there.
Just
Yeah.
park it there, I was gonna say.
Yeah. That'd be great, seriously.
That next item that you have there for 91, that's 3 pieces of equipment. Those are leases. That was for a new construction crew, if you agree to do it, for building these roads and everything else that we've got to build.
Can we come back to that one?
That's what I was gonna say. I just wanna skip around that and get to the, I wanna do all the equipment if we can first, that we gotta have.
All right, well-
16 to 20 foot crank bodies service, is that where
That's
we're
for
at?
working on the drag line.
Do we not have a truck doing that now, or it's just not big enough?
It isn't big enough, and you wouldn't believe what they're having to do to try to make it work.
I've seen it.
It doesn't
It's-
work.
yeah.
It's dangerous. It's dangerous what they're trying to do.
I got a question on that. You got someone, we hire someone to come in to work on the crane?
Our people.
Our people are working on the drag line.
I've got people that they had worked with those mechanics long enough where we're able to do a lot of stuff ourselves now.
Okay.
But we need the truck.
The truck that you're replacing, what's gonna happen with it?
We'll keep it. We're going to continue to use it.
Oh, yeah.
Is that like a F-550 or something? What,
Yeah, it would be at least 550
28K.
with that size boom on it.
You feel like that number's what it needs to be?
It's a very conservative number. This would be a used truck. I mean, if I could buy a new one, I'd love to have one, but you would probably have to add another 75,000 to that at least.
you can usually find those F-550s with the service bodies on them, sometimes with the compressors and booms and all on them. And I've watched those, now that was about a year ago, because I was hunting one for my business, And you could buy those fairly reasonable. You know, you had to hunt and pick and get the right one, but you could use, they're actually cheaper than pickup trucks.
Yeah, most of them are gonna have a shorter boom on them.
Yeah, I don't know about the boom length.
Yeah, a lot of them are gonna have.
I'm just saying, these
12
were
foot.
pretty good sized trucks.
Yeah, our problem is that thing's so tall, and what we're having to do, we just need a long boom.
Do you have to have a CDL to drive that?
Yeah, you probably do.
You do.
I mean, we gotta have, I'd like to get us a little more safety with that, working on that thing, so, I mean, do I got consensus to get this? This crane?
Yeah.
I don't
For
think we
100.
can get around it. We gotta,
For the,
Gotta have it.
gotta have it. So,
all right, Ms. Nina, we have consensus on 100,000.
Okay.
Rec department needs a 60-inch mower.
Really?
another one?
That's just too much money right there. Is it diesel? Can you buy me one?
Huh.
Is it 72 inch or 60 inch or what? The last 72 inch I bought was 18 grand.
You don't get to go through the state.
That's right.
Right.
We need to work
State
something
contract.
out around
You don't
here,
get to go
boys.
through the state.
We have consensus on this mower.
Yes.
Yes.
Consensus, Ms. Nina, 12,000. Crew cab truck, service body truck
Another one?
for a rec department.
What do you work on?
25 facilities and about 450 acres, plus the airport.
I thought we had,
Since we bumped up the other ones, may want to bump that one up. That's been months ago since we priced that, so. Since you brought up that you needed to that a while ago.
I'm just
I
saying-
followed your lead, Commissioner.
I'm just telling you what they cost me. I don't know.
We want to do 35 on that?
Sure.
35, Ms. Nina, on the service truck. Consensus. Consensus is,
I feel like I'm buying livestock animals at the fair.
Next,
That's what they are.
30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 40, 40, 40.
headed for page 3.
What did we do? We did the 30?
Yes,
35.
35.
We got
35?
consensus at 35, and you wasn't even in on it.
Y'all better slow down. I'm trying to keep up with all this now.
Can I ask a question?
Okay, this for the truck, for the
Yes, sir.
recreation department,
Yes, sir. Rec department, we changed it to 35.
35. And the
Mr.
long
Harris,
one's
do you
still
have
at 12.
comment?
I've got a question for you because it isn't on any of these lists. We were waiting to reconcile what was going to happen with that assessment stuff last week, I think is when it was. I think we're going to have to, instead of $2 million for solid waste, unless someone disagrees with my numbers, and I've shared them with finance, I think we can get by with about $500,000 for solid waste next year.
That gets us our compactors and for 3 sites.
Yeah, it doesn't affect the budget, it's the money that it would take. I'm going to share with you that in the current budget, we've got about $1.7 million that was built in there as balance carry forward, but you're not going to have that again next year. Next year, you're going to have to take that assessment up to where it needs to be to cover your expenses. So when I ran all of the numbers that were in your purple book for solid waste, your expenses, and then pulled out the revenues, I came up with about $103,000 difference that we were short, but that doesn't give us anything to run our business if anything goes over. That's tight, real tight. So I would recommend that we put $500,000 into solid waste.
I've got off track here. I didn't understand why we.
Because it isn't on this list, but it isn't optional that we fund solid waste. That's why I wanted to go ahead and bring it up before we keep sending this thing down.
Mr. Chairman, what about the
Miss Nina, what number you got?
4110, the road department, that grader, we still,
We skipped
We're
over
gonna
it.
circle back
Skip over.
around to that. We're gonna circle back around.
Where am I missing?
put a circle around it.
537,925. After the,
I'm missing.
35,000 for the truck, for the rec, I mean, the truck for the rec.
All right.
I'm missing, so is that the number y'all got? Because my numbers,
Circle back to 91, we didn't do that. We did the 62, the 100,000, the 12,000, and the 35,000.
All right, let's get clear on this then, Mr. Harris. You're saying this needs to be added into what we're doing off of this money. So you're saying we need $500,000?
Well, I don't care which money you use, but I'm of the opinion that we need to budget about $500,000 and put into solid waste
For what exactly?
to cover
The
that
shortfall.
business.
The shortfall.
We've got at least 103,000 that I can calculate that we're short, absolutely short from the budgeted numbers. That doesn't anticipate any overages for fuel or anything else during the year.
And you gotta have 3 months' expenses.
That's right.
starting next
And
year.
3 month, that won't even come close to 3 months' expenses, but but what I'm saying is that traditionally you would have a balance carry forward every year. That's gone away. You're not gonna see that again unless you come up with a lot more money. So you're gonna spend all of that in the current year just on documented expenses without any overage to get you I don't anticipate a balance carry forward next year at all. So if we put $500,000 in, it'll cover the 103,000 that I know that we're short and give you about $400,000 that hopefully won't use up in the next year.
1,537,925, is that what you, okay, it was, I made a mistake, I got it.
1,537,000, what, Nina?
925.
That's not taking Randy's $500,000 out for solid waste.
No.
That leaves you roughly $1 million after that.
Let's get consensus if that's what we're gonna do on the solid waste.
I mean, you ain't got much choice in that, I don't think.
The 500's just gonna cover the shortfalls on the lack of assessment fees with the new, am I on the same page?
You're on the same page. That's the number the other night. I mean, if you use their numbers, it's right at $2 million. I'm saying, I think 500,000. If you give me 900,000 to build the shop out there that we need to build, we make 500,000 cover our shortfall in solid waste. My numbers are 500,000, but trust me, next year, you're gonna have to go up on that assessment to generate the money that it's gonna take to keep you in business.
Well, I never doubted that when we done it.
What I did, though, to come up with 500,000 was I set aside all the stuff that GSG had put together, because they're right, over the 5 years, you're gonna need that money. I'm saying that the first year, we're not gonna need that much money. When I used the budgeted numbers that I had prepared for this purple book, and I back out lease cans and things that we talked about putting it into, I backed out the revenue number that was in here for the solid waste assessment because that was based on the current rate, which is no good. So I just subtracted that out. And then I said, okay, when I got to the end, what's it going to take? And this is what I came up with. I took the rest of the revenues, I took the assessment revenues, and I came up with 103 plus 400,000 should be enough to keep us in business.
So,
Now, here's one thing that could happen. Your transfer fee is going to go up to $65 a ton. Now, you may have some customers that say, we're not going to haul our waste to Suwannee County anymore. And if they do, then our expense goes down as well, okay? So
you better hope they do, really.
mine is a real conservative approach here. I'm saying if that revenue went away because they stopped coming to us, but the expense would go away as well for disposal of that
So
waste.
what we're saying, pretty much in round numbers, is we're gonna subsidize the assessment by $30 is a household, is pretty much what we're doing, with $500,000.
15,000, what's the house?
500.
Yeah. Yeah,
15.5 is the number I use.
That's probably right, yeah. 15.5. Is that what you said you used?
Yes, sir. 32.25 is what I come up with.
Yeah.
Just as a reminder, as we're going through all this stuff, guys, we hadn't even got to the outside agency requests, which is another $130,000.
We're down to $1,037,000.
That come tomorrow.
All right, we had consensus to put the 500,000 on there, is that correct?
Yes, I'm good with that.
Ms. Nina, you got that documented?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Does that bring the new total to $1,037,925?
What I got.
Moving ahead to page 3.
Yes, sir. 137,925.
Are we just gonna finish this today?
We're gonna keep hammering at it. Page 3, we're at the top, correct? Everybody with me?
Yes, sir.
I am now.
Renovate exterior economic development office was 50,000. I feel like we need more money there, and I'm here to fight for it today. That office is generating some money, and I need to make it look good. So I need some help, fellas.
Where we at?
Is that Jimmy's office, or is that the Suwannee River
Yes.
Economic?
That's
Double the
Jimmy's office.
amount?
Jimmy's office.
That's Jimmy's office.
I thought it was pretty already.
Right here, on page.
Pretty blue.
Page what? Still on tab 2?
I talked to you on the phone, Jimmy. I don't need to go see you.
The interior looks fine. We've already done the interior, but we've known for years that we needed to fix the exterior. So, and I don't disagree. I think $50,000 is a low number. It was a couple years ago.
Well, what are we talking about doing? Just painting or what? I mean,
No. There's some other issues there. It's got half a hip roof on the front of it. I don't have any idea. It looks to me like somebody got a discount on some part of a roof package. So they've got a hip on the front and a gable on the back.
Need a hallway built inside of it.
It needs a hall.
It needs a siding like the new supervisor of elections office.
Make it match.
Make it match.
Did you say siding?
Siding.
Siding, okay.
Exterior siding, I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm with you. I don't disagree.
I need 100,000, gentlemen. Y'all don't cough, y'all just say yes, please.
that's just bribery.
Bribery.
Well, I said double.
Y'all better circle back around and see what that
You
office
say that to the
generates.
sheriff in here? That's bribery. Is Jimmy gonna stay there, or are we gonna move him somewhere else? Yeah, well,
Stay there.
He's gonna
Like to another
retire there.
country.
Out of that
You're
position.
gonna have to stay right there.
I just like to ask these questions in case y'all decide next year, well, this ain't working, we're gonna do this and that, and
It's still our building though, Mr.
Mr.
White.
Chairman, I go.
I understand.
100,000, I figured double what you got.
Sir,
100,000.
I appreciate that, Commissioner Fleming.
I'm-
All I need's one more.
I'm good with 100,000. He brings in some,
I like Jimmy, all right.
it ain't about liking Jimmy, let me say that. But he's courting some pretty high folks would make powerful decisions about bringing jobs to Suwannee County.
Well, until he tells them to come to his office.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So,
And just so you know,
we didn't need you to come up here, by the way.
Is this gonna be long?
I don't know who put
Yes.
it, I guess
Here we
Mr.
go.
Harris put this in there, but, or you did, Mr. Chairman, but we didn't put it in there, but to be perfectly honest, I mean, like, the CEO of the railroad was there just last week. You were there, a couple weeks before that, met with the CEO of the railroad, and I mean, the front door doesn't even have casing all the way around it, and there's a big rot. I mean,
I was serious though when I said maybe a hallway there, and the reason why I say that is Jimmy and I have been there having meetings before, and to access some of the other offices or even the restroom, you have to
Carissa
come
has to come right through the
right
boardroom.
through there. I mean, I don't know what it would cost, Mark maybe can elaborate, what it would cost to just put up I call it a dummy wall and just with a door in it.
I mean, if you guys want to look at it, that's fine, we're okay. I mean, it typically, most of the time when we meet, we're very private. There's not like other people in there. Carissa's in there, but she can lock herself in that office. I mean, we could put a hallway there and then the boardroom would be completely sealed off.
Right.
But, you know, most of the time, I mean, I'm okay on the inside if we could get, you know, I don't want, because I know you just spent a lot of money on the inside of the building.
Well, that's what I was just fixing to ask. Ain't we got a construction crew?
Isn't that-
Randy?
Great idea, sir.
Isn't that a conflict of interest or something to be working on?
Our handful of maintenance people are engaged in maintenance all day, every day. Now, we did what's in there now.
Well, that's what I thought.
It was horrific, and
Well, it
we went
looks
in there
nice.
and did everything that's there, but it's hard to do because we're in
You're busy maintaining.
constant maintenance of
I
courthouse.
just think y'all were
and
throwing
everybody else.
Jimmy under the bus here, because y'all did the Mizell's building, didn't you?
We did.
See, they don't want to do your building, Jimmy.
You know, it's all right. It's,
That was a lot of work, a lot of work.
I'm just glad to have somewhere to go. So, I mean, it's fine. Hey, listen, whatever you guys want to do is fine with me. These guys that been over there understand the needs on that building. It is pretty
I
bad.
don't get invited, so I wouldn't know.
You just don't accept the invitation.
Fifth District.
Mr. Harris. Mr. Chair, Mr. Harris.
Yes, sir.
Hey, while we're talking about buildings, I got a question. Can you tell me what we just talked about sign shop, construction, maintenance building down at the south end, admin building at the south end. We're gonna renovate Jimmy's office, but leave it downtown. And then we know we got, at some point, tax collector and property appraiser, they got some growth issues that are gonna have to be addressed. Can you tell me, what's the plan? What's your plan for 112th? What's your vision? Like, I haven't seen, where are we trying to get with that? What's in your mind? I haven't seen
Conversation
anything.
started about 7 or 8 years ago, and it was to have a campus that could handle all county buildings, long-term, for the next 50, 75 years. So that's why we have the acreage that we have out there. That's what it's for.
So eventually you want to start, that's going to be the campus location to build.
If you look, yes, if you look at,
I think,
we can't buy enough real estate downtown.
no, I
Try to keep
understand.
everybody down there, and we recognized that when we started buying up little old tiny houses and paying a fortune for them just to build what we did for the state attorney's office. In my opinion, that was not the right location. We had a piece of property that was offered to us next to Tractor Supply at a great deal. But some people didn't want us to go out there because they swore up and down downtown would just dry up and blow away. Isn't that right, Commissioner Fleming?
That's right.
So we ended up building it where we did and spent a fortune buying up little tiny houses. And we're going to have an issue with the courthouse long-term. So we can't continue this mindset that everything's got to be in this little nucleus down here. So.
So
where
we're
we
talking
gonna-
about the sheriff's
Where are we
building?
going to go? Where are we going to go?
That's modeled.
So that's the piece of property that we purchased, large enough, long-range plan, build county buildings as you need to out there. We know we can get fiber optic in there. We'd already checked on that before we bought the property. So that's the plan.
Where are we at with the Duke power line issue? And do we got?
I just saw an email on that. Mr. Pravat's working on that. It's going to be on the far east side is the plan. That's what they had said early on. So it's my belief that it's going to end up on the far east side instead of bisecting the property on the old rail bed.
Do you envision us having any financial needs to address that? Or you think that,
The swap.
the swap,
The line.
the swap, are we gonna have to pony up 300
What
grand
they
at-
told us up front
200.
was that there was just a small token amount that would be paid, and then if they ever built a line, their calculations were, I don't remember now, 200,000 or something. And they would set that number today, but we wouldn't ever pay that unless they ever decided to build that line all the way across the county.
Okay.
And what we were told was that it's a stretch to believe that's ever going to happen.
So right now, we just got the land swap for them to move the easement to the other
We're
side.
waiting now to see because something got jumbled up in the communication under their roof. Okay, they sent us something that wasn't what we had discussed, so Mr. Pravat's trying to get that straightened out with them.
Are we giving them the Lurville property, or we're just?
No,
strictly- they don't
that
want
was
it?
their idea from the beginning. And then they backed away from that and said, no, I think it was $10,000. We'd give them $10,000. They'd set this thing up and they'd agree that it would cost $200,000 if they ever did it to move it and make that jog, and that we would pay that if it ever came to fruition.
Well, I got an idea on the 900 grand that you need. We sell off surplus property and you get that money.
Well, then
Got
we might as well just keep that little mobile home in Brantford, because that's all you're gonna generate by the time you sell off that surplus property.
I don't know, there's pretty.
That's actually coming, we're waiting for some appraisals to come back right now, because we're set up with the real estate company. I think we're supposed to have some appraisals back this week, so we can start selling those off, but you're not going to generate enough to fund that.
Hey, I got a question real quick. What's the status on that Lurville property? We just got it on the surplus. Is that what we're doing?
It's ready to go to sale.
We had agreed to that? Is that what we done?
I thought we had.
No.
Yeah, we did. We surplused it, and then we came back and we put it on hold because
of the Duke deal, we put it on hold
But
because,
now-
they didn't want to sell it because Duke was kind of maybe interested in it, in that swap.
They
So
were
we-
going
we
to use
put
it
that
for
one
a
on hold.
staging area during hurricanes.
Last
Then
I
they
heard.
came back and changed that. That's how we ended up in this other conversation.
There's 20 acres there, is that correct?
I think that's right.
I got a question for you. I had this question posed to me a while back, and it just come back to me. Sheriff's in dire need of a firing range. I mean, do we have to sell that property, or could we consider using that for that purpose?
Well, I would think that's one of the more valuable pieces of surplus that you're gonna sell off right there.
And I wouldn't, just from experience, I don't know what's out there. I wouldn't put it close to any homes that may even hear it, because the city's firing range is close to District 1 and residents, and every time they go out there, me, the sheriff, we all get.
Well, if you're gonna put a firing range, why don't you put it out there at animal control or something, out there at the landfill or?
I mean, the landfill, we want less dirt work, use the landfill.
We can find a spot out there, it'd be fine with me. It'd be a good spot away from everybody.
Why are you saying no, Nina?
The dogs don't like the sound of guns.
That's true. That is true.
Well, they ain't gotta be right next to the kennels. They go shoot at the big hill over there.
Actually, you can
Y'all ain't
shoot
going
into the big hill. I do think we have a suitable spot, except for the problem with the animals being that close. It would be back there, it used to be a borrow area, it's dug out.
Yeah.
Now, that'd be a great spot, back where the burn pit is. But it is
That's
gonna
just an
be,
idea.
it's gonna be noisy next to those animals. And Commissioner Hale's right, you're gonna need to be far removed from people.
We brought that up last time about that borrowed area, and then I thought there was some issues with asbestos being back there, so we talked, I asked about the Lurville property. There are not any houses close by. I talked about the city range. I was responsible for that. We did a survey before we ever built the range in the city. Everybody said no problem. They had one, the sheriff's office at that time had a stray bullet to hit a house.
Right.
It's the only time that the problems came in, but out there at the Lurville property is a good place. She is right with the animals close proximity, but I do think where they got that slope back there in the back at the doggone animal shelter would be perfect.
Yeah,
Can we just go back there and fire a few rounds and see what happens?
Build a berm.
Do what now?
Can't we just go back there and fire a few rounds and see what happens?
Yeah.
That's how I do
Call
things.
Franklin White whenever the animal people start calling.
Go ahead. You might not like the response, but go ahead.
Where I'm talking about is back there where we burned.
Yeah.
It's all cut out down there and it's been dug out, and there's a pretty long area. That might do it.
One thing that's getting popular all over the state is fire ranges for the general public also. So we may want to partner and do a park-related function along with the sheriff also.
I would try to enter into an agreement with like water management or somebody that's got tons of land.
Yeah.
there you go.
The ones that I've been to that are really nice, have been on state-owned property.
Well, the one in Columbia County is over there in the National Forest, out behind the Moose Lodge back there. That's in the National Forest. I don't know who maintains it, but they got a shelter and everything. Maybe water management will.
Because then too, you can get far enough away from people and there's plenty of room. I've been on some of them in national forests, but they're plenty of distance from houses and people.
Did you have some money on that for the wish list? Didn't you?
Yeah. Now, it was just for the building of it. Now, well, like I said, we talked about getting with Randy about some property, to put it on, but that was just for the construction of it.
But all you need some berms, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we got equipment.
Are any permits or anything required for that?
Indoor.
The thing, and I agree, I wish there was a public facility, without a doubt. We need a training facility for the sheriff's office as ours, not, you've got the general public coming in when you're doing SWAT exercises or anything else. We currently are using a private range that's probably going to go bye-bye due to liability and everything else. I think we would have to look into some lead abatement issues, but when that becomes an issue, I don't think anybody in this room will still be around to have to worry about it. But, you know, the Louisville spot, and I'm not campaigning for that, but that is a great spot. It's 20 acres, gives you room to grow. Yes, all we need initially is berms, Mr. White, but then you start talking about the targets and some other stuff. You get that far out. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there'll be a wish list down the line, but we need something we can call ours that's for training the men and women that are wearing a gun every day, period.
Like I said, the berm would be actually a must, but then you would need some buildings.
Well, I was just getting at, you know, we got county assets we can go push berms with.
There you go. What I'm talking about.
Mr. Chairman. The biggest thing, the problem would be the location of, you know, property location to where, you know, it's just like Chief was saying, you know, it's, I like the part of the public and all, but then, you know, we do need some privacy about, you know, how we train and so on and so forth. But, the biggest thing would be where we can locate it at.
And keep this in mind, we train the guardians. The guardians are super top secret as well, so when they're out there training, you got to be able to control who's there, what's there, et cetera. And that guardian training is either 2 or 3 times a year.
Yes.
For the school system.
3 times a year.
3 times a year for the school
This
system
is-
as well.
Security for the school system, is that?
Yes, sir.
I'm unfamiliar with that,
Yes,
so.
sir.
Yes, the guardians, they're, you know, when that Stoneman Douglas shooting happened in Orlando, they started it's the employees of the school that we basically handpick. Normally it's law enforcement, ex-military, and then we train them, you know, to use a weapon. And on time that we would utilize them in case of active shooter situation.
Right.
Now, I want,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman, I want.
Yes, sir.
I know we were talking about the Louisville area. Where, Mr. Harris?
It's right on 51.
Right on 51, right before you get to Louisville.
Yeah, if you're headed south, it's on the right-hand
It's got
side.
big lime rock boulders outlining it, pretty much.
Yeah, I think the closest house was an ag guy. I can't remember his name before you turn on to the, to go back into Peacock's,
Yeah.
Peacock Hideaway, right across from the Louisville store, it's just up the road a little bit.
Do you remember where the chicken litter business was gonna be down there?
Oh, yeah.
That's
it.
the property.
Okay.
That's the one they swapped at
we
the
all right.
Cadillac
Right.
site.
And it's got good cover, good boundary cover with the trees around it, which is also good for noise. You know, I think if you're trying to look for a location that's in the middle of nowhere, I don't know how you're gonna find much better than that.
We'll sell it to you.
$5, I'll take it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
a couple comments about that. One, I don't disagree that we need it, and that would probably be a good site. I do believe we could probably net more money with it being its location right on the highway than maybe, I don't know what other parcels we have. I haven't looked at them. If we have any down a dirt road or whatnot, that may be a little less valuable as far as generating money for a sale. But secondly, we're talking about berming that up. The river, when the river comes out of the banks, it does come up into the backside of that property through those swells. And if we berm that up, we would probably gonna need to get some type of water management permit or something, because we're gonna obstruct the natural flow of water during that flood. Now, Mr. Harris can speak more intelligently about that, but if we go berm up the perimeter and push that water somewhere else, we would need to address that if y'all choose to go that route, because the joint landowner's gonna inherit some water that does come up on that property.
Doesn't it come from the backside of that
It
property?
does. It does. It backs into it from the river, but like I say, if we go berm that, let's just say hypothetically, we berm up the perimeter landline, that water can't come on our property, it's gonna
Well,
increase somewhere else.
That's a heck of a fire, that's a military fire.
I'm just saying we need to consider that before we go start pushing dirt out there if y'all go that route.
We're shooting today at the city's range, and just from yesterday's rain, I just got a picture of it. It's about 2 foot deep that they're trudging through right now just to do a state qualifier. It's, so we know about the water, but we had to consider retention at the cities as well, so.
I'm just throwing that out.
I don't disagree with them needing a firing range. My thing is that's a pretty valuable, I'm gonna tell you, when you put that out for sale, is going to bring you more money than you think when you go to sell it because of its location. Just my thoughts.
Gonna bring what, 5,000 acre?
Or more.
I'd say more.
I'd say more. You split that in two 10-acre lots, you're probably looking at 10,000 an acre right now.
I mean, I think you're sitting on 100,000 plus
Piece of property.
piece of property right there, right on 51, right in Lurville, right next to Peacock Springs. Everybody's cave diving down there. You'd be surprised.
Still on page
Saturday.
3.
We're in the bag.
We're
all
what they call, we got off in the weeds.
Anyhow,
But only thing,
started the
only, obviously, everybody's gonna fight for what they wanna fight for,
and
my point is,
I want to fight for a gun range, I just don't know that that's the place I want to fight for it at.
well, I understand that, but what I'm saying is if we don't use something we already have, then we have to go buy something.
Well, I want to use something we already have, I just don't think that's the piece of property we ought to use.
Here's the only thing I was gonna say in addition to that, is with it being the size parcel it is, would it be some possible expansion of something for the sheriff's department moving forward?
No,
Outside
that's
of just a
possible.
firing range?
Right.
In Lurville, I doubt it.
Well, I'm not saying to be a sheriff's department where it's the actual location, I just didn't know in the future if there was something,
Facility or something.
I just,
Well, that would have been the odds with a firing range training facility. And I know it's a valuable piece of property, but we got 120 valuable employees that having the best training facilities is just as important in my mind.
Oh, I'm not knocking
Because
that.
there is room to grow. You know, you got driving, you got all this other stuff that's being put on us, this unfunded training. There may be room that they can do some fire department drills and stuff out there. I don't know, but I'm just saying that we need to prioritize it because it's getting harder and harder and harder for us to recruit, maintain, and salvage what we've already got. The employment world is getting slimmer and slimmer. And I just think that we've got to throw some importance on that side of it as well. And I agree, Franklin, I appreciate you. Anywhere, we'll take a range anywhere. But a training facility is something we'd love to have 5 years down the line. We need to have it. We scratch and beg and plead for anything that we do right now. I just think it's important to invest in what we've got to make it better, to make you guys look better and serve 50,000 citizens the best we can. And it's going to be sacrificed one way or the other.
I don't disagree there,
I don't disagree.
I just want to do the smart thing.
Sorry, I got off on the tangent on Mr. Harris's plan for 112th, and we got to a gun range somehow.
Yeah.
We're down to 937, 925, is that correct?
That's what I got. There's a whole lot left on here.
Douglas Center escrow amount, what is our line item from last year? Where are
We
we
got
at?
$60,000 in there.
That's what we have right now.
And we talked about moving money over when we get rid of the soccer field property. That's working its way through.
100-some thousand.
Well, wasn't there something in Greg's thing this morning about 35 grand that they were cleaning up a line item or something? For the Douglas Center or something?
I don't know, but there's $60,000 in there right now that's built into this budget. This was a $200,000 request. And we know that we've spoken about that other revenue.
Yeah, the 35 was money that we spent out of our budget. The commission had allocated for a project down in McAlpin.
Oh, the basketball court.
And we did it internally, and the commission at the time chose to move that money to Douglas.
So is that part of the 60 he's talking about?
I don't know
No, we
where,
already
I don't
had
know where it
60.
went.
Now, what about the sale of?
We already had 60.
Of the soccer field? Greg,
That's a different pot.
So we're at 95 then?
But we got.
Where's the 35? Is it in your budget?
No, we never saw it. It was requested, the commission move it to Douglas, but we didn't control that money. So
It never
I'm not
got
sure
moved.
where it ever went.
It isn't a part of the 60.
Right.
Well, that's where I'm trying to get at. I'm trying to get a,
I'd have to pull the minutes to see what year and when it was done.
Yeah, I don't know.
But we'd have 95.
How long's it been since you did that? That was
but the
basketball court?
35's got to, at this point, the
that's
35's got to come from somewhere. If he's saying that they did it internally and the board owes him 35,
I mean, if it didn't get rolled in the budget years.
I'm going to guess it's been 3 years ago.
At least three, probably three.
Yeah, I don't know where that 35.
that's probably up in smoke, not 35.
Or it rolled back into fund balance and was reused for, I mean, mean, I can pull.
Well, that's what I'm thinking, it's
Yeah.
not there.
Depending on where it was, it could have easily gotten rolled up in fund balance.
Mr. Harris, I need a project estimate on getting this building built, though. Me and Commissioner Fleming's got a building to build over here at Douglas Center, and we gotta figure out how to get there.
I think it's gonna take at least $750,000.
What do we,
Because if you build a building, you're gonna build retention ponds, and you're gonna have to build parking and everything that goes with it.
Is that by size or just the retention pond when you do the retention pond?
It all has to be sized, it'll be engineered.
And we still ain't got to the air conditioning for the,
Jim?
No, but we got to.
Yeah.
I mean, I need you gentlemen just to think about this on this Douglas Center escrow. I mean, obviously, we're at your mercy here, but when I come on the board, we was bleeding. That old middle school, man, we was bleeding every year. That thing was in dire straits and drug infested, and we paying insurance on something that was unsafe. And I told the people that Commissioner Fleming had fought the fight all these years, and I spoke up and made a motion to tear that building down with giving our word that we was gonna build something there.
That's right.
In the near future.
Well, what are we building?
A multi-use building, big open building,
Like a community center type building where they can have.
restrooms and maybe one end facilities to warm food and things like that, like for banquets, things of that nature. And for $750,000, you don't get a whole lot of building anymore, to be
Well, I
honest.
know that, but, and I'm not knocking Mr. Fleming's and Lynn's deal, but we gotta have some stuff on the other end of the county too.
We got a double wide down there. You hadn't seen that double wide we have down there?
Yeah.
Right near there?
I have. Let's sell it so I can get the money out of it. But I've had them after me at the ranchettes for, we had to condemn their community center, and we've never done anything else with it. And I'm just saying,
Oh,
there's
yeah.
other needs too.
I agree with you on that.
So I'm using Lynn's tactic here. He got his $100 grand.
This was intended to be an escrow line. I mean, we've been trying to carry the 60, we're gradually trying to, Commissioner Fleming and I went and looked at a building. I think at that time, I said it was gonna be about 750 to build that, and that was
Yes.
been 3 years ago probably,
Yes,
but
sir.
this is an escrow line.
How many square feet you talking about?
I had calculations at the
You
time,
did,
I don't
but I
remember.
forgot what it was.
I don't remember. Probably 6,000 or 7,000 square feet, it wasn't huge.
Well, it wouldn't be far off the mark,
What's sitting in
then.
there?
No,
60? Is that what you said?
60.
but you have site work that is gonna have to be done in this case, because there was never any drainage done out there on that property.
Just flat.
Yeah.
Mr. Harris, you stated that the soccer field sale is moving along. What do you mean by that? Where's that at?
There's an appraiser that's gonna give us an appraisal, but we're waiting. We've got to have someone confirm the soil conditions because it affects the appraisal. The natural soils are gone. So we took a report that was done many years ago, sent it to Caltech. Caltech is supposed to be getting back with me pretty quick on that and say, this is what the condition of the soils are so that we can turn that data over to the appraiser. And then, once the appraiser's done, it'll come back to the board.
Okay, I was just curious. I hadn't heard about it in a while.
Yeah, well, I spoke to, we had an appraiser that was willing to do the project, but after looking at it and looking at that old report, they took a few weeks and then finally got back, well, didn't even get back to me directly, got to me through someone else, through an attorney, that they weren't qualified to do the appraisal because they had never done anything like that with unsuitable soils. So we had to start over. And when I called the company that produced that old report, they suggested that we use someone like Caltech. And I contacted them, sent them the report. That narrows it down to just that question of the soils on the property on that specific piece.
So then the appraiser, the new appraiser,
The new appraiser will use that data to formulate their appraisal. And then it'll come back to us.
who's the new appraiser? Do you know?
I don't remember the name right now. I don't remember. It's at the office.
Well, before we get to that, I'm just skipping down here. It says there's bridge maintenance and repairs FDOT requirement of 100 grand. Is that,
The 100 grand is actually just a number to start with. We get regular reports from DOT. Every year, we get reports from engineers that DOT contracts with to go out and inspect all these bridges. We've got lots of bridges that need lots of repairs. We've got to start doing some maintenance and repairs to these bridges, because what's happening now, they're saying that they're looking at all of our maintenance records and data going forward, so that if we file a FEMA claim, if a bridge washes away during a storm, they want to see the history of maintenance that we've performed on those bridges, and we don't have any history of maintenance.
and also, I'm sorry I'm skipping around on this. I'm just trying to get to what's important. The additional needed for the finance software of $203,000, that's not budgeted anywhere either, is it?
No, that's correct. Well, that's the balance that's needed. The other 150 is in the budget. But the balance that's needed was the 200 and whatever it was that Mr.
Barry
Baker spoke of.
talked about this morning.
Right.
Commissioner White, we was on what was important. That was the Douglas Center.
Well, I know, I'm just getting to the stuff that you got to have right now.
That's what we was on?
Yeah, but y'all been escrowing that, so it ain't right now.
So there's 60 in there now? Is that what I'm hearing?
Is that what we
there
took
is
from the
60.
sidewalk and moved back over there? Or, no, we
That's
used that
part
for
of
splash
it.
pad, I'm sorry. No, that's right.
So 60, so let's come up with,
There is
and
60.
I think we should put something in there.
Well, how about 40 and that makes you 100?
Good Lord, you cut my knees out from under me.
Yeah.
That's the first thing Clyde said all day.
They call it a wish list for a reason.
Yeah.
You say yeah.
But this, Mr. Chairman, can I say something? Well, like you said, I've been for years, it's been one of those challenges that, about that facility over there. It was a dump site, terrible dump site. I see it every day. And we finally got to where it was torn down, and rightfully, I think we should have it should be a building over there, some type of building. Now, I'm not saying that Branford should not.
No, I'm not, I'm not worried about that right now. I'm just saying, how soon do you want to get there?
Well,
That's the same question we got on everything else.
Like tomorrow would be good.
It's been 10 years getting to where we are right now.
Yeah.
With
It's been a while.
60,000.
Now, how long has it took you to get that 60,000 though? Last year, 2 years?
Well,
I wasn't around when y'all were doing
Something
this,
here.
so.
I don't remember what
Been at
we
least
spent.
2
We
years.
spent some money doing the demolition.
Doing
and
the
leveling everything
demolition
back off and cleaning it up, and then we built the
Yeah,
little
bathroom,
pavilion and the
then the pavilion.
restrooms. But what we had discussed for years was building a multi-purpose building out there if we ever tore the school down. So we've torn the school down, and we're just slowly trying to,
But you're talking about air conditioning the gym too at the same time.
No.
well,
Well, that's what I was
that
hearing
wasn't a
this
part of the earlier conversation. I don't disagree that that would be nice,
do we have an idea?
but it was
there
not a
number
part
on
of
that,
the
by
earlier discussions that we'd had.
AC of the gym, do we have a number on that?
How
That
much
just-
was it to do the Coliseum, Greg?
It isn't just an air conditioned job. You're gonna have to insulate that thing as
Well,
well.
You did the Coliseum too, didn't you?
Well, it's been
I don't know when that got
Yes,
done. I don't remember.
5 or 6 years,
But it was done.
yeah.
I was just trying to get an estimate, that 300,000?
Just the foam part?
Ballpark.
Ballpark. Oh, she said foam part.
Because that thing works pretty good around there.
Oh, yeah. It was terrible in there doing
Would anybody care
we-
for a hot bottle of water? We got some in the back.
Yeah, right.
That's all we
Room
got.
temperature, but we got some.
Beating my head about it.
Would you rather have the air conditioning or the new building?
No, I'm talking about, I'd rather have the building.
What'd he say?
I'd rather have the building.
The building, he said?
Yeah.
It's Mr. Clyde's. I mean, I've just
Yeah.
been supportive of him, so he.
I'm supportive of him. I'm just sitting here trying to look at what we got. We got $937,000 left, and there's
$2 million
100,000
to
for
go.
bridges, there's 200,000 for the finance software, that's 300 of that. You're down to 637,000. I'm just trying to get get to a
We got a
number.
lot of stuff that,
And then,
you know, that we actually can use.
Well, what if we doubled what he's got in there, throw another 60 at it, make it 120?
I'd be all right with that. Plus, he's gonna get the money from some money out of the soccer field deal too when that comes through.
If y'all agree to sell it and not let it go for the 135.
Or whatever he's having done,
That
I'll fix that,
yeah.
tell that.
Talking about the soccer field?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we got some equity there. Where we left the soccer field, and that was a hot topic up here that night, but where we left it at was they were gonna get an appraisal and bring it back to the board is the way I understood that, right, Mr. Harris?
That's correct.
Yeah, so the jury's still out on what the appraisal is gonna be, but we do know we're sitting on some equity out there. We just don't know the position. Now, if we put it to sealed bid, we're gonna look at more than $135,000, I can tell you that. But if we do go some developer's agreement at the 135, and that's all you're gonna have to work with is 135.
And
You
that
know,
was a
to-
split
to-
too, wasn't it? Some of that was a split on that, to some to his and something to something else. I can't remember what it was.
I think we were gonna split it up with Live Oak and 5, Brantford. I thought was the way we just discussed it, but I don't know how that could.
But I'd be good with the 60 grand. That doubles up what he's got, plus you do something with the soccer field, depending on what happens there,
Yeah.
you're getting on there.
We work with that.
We good?
I want to agree. I want to agree.
Well, I mean, I just want to do what's fair.
Yeah. Let's go that route and.
Where we at? What are we?
60. Added to the 60 he's already got.
Ms. Nina, we're 60,000 on the Douglas Center escrow.
Is everybody in agreement on that?
That's consensus. There's no hard feelings about that. Fire station, what's the discussion on that?
That's already.
We already
Yeah, he
done
already
that.
took that
Already
out.
done that with CARES money.
Rock mine,
We got
That was just a number. We're supposed to get some information on that in the morning, and we just need to talk about that tomorrow, probably.
So table that
Right.
to tomorrow.
table and rock mine. Custodial, new position.
That's to reclassify part-time to a full-time in Branford.
Do we have, are we paying a service there now or something, and that's what we're doing, or what's the deal there?
Yes. We have a service that we've used outsourced for years in the south end of the county in those buildings down there. And unfortunately, when you do that, you receive substandard service. And all you can do is call them and say, hey, I got a problem. They say they address it. You get a short-lived result, and then you're back at it again, and it's just beating your head against the wall. Now, I know I've got 17,000 in there, but we are already paying 8,400 out in contractual services to pay that. So you could reduce that number by the 8,400, and we're only talking about $8,600 to have control over our buildings.
Is that all they're gonna do is clean that building down there?
No. There's 3 buildings down there. They will clean all 3 of those, but we have to deal with.
What 3 buildings are you talking about?
There's the sheriff has a building down
Right.
there, Public Works has a building that the tax collector uses, and the library.
But we don't do the health department anymore.
The health department is,
Lost
I
cause.
think you're trying to
Surplus it.
surplus
Yeah,
that
that's- yeah.
building out. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah.
That's
Right, but it's causing us a deficit in our structures also because of substandard cleaning. You know, if you don't keep them, they fall apart on us.
That's right.
And so that's what I'm trying to do. Miss Betty and I have had
So it would be the
several.
library too?
The library, yes, sir.
So 10 grand work for you?
Well, 86 would do it. I mean, I'm trying to help y'all too, you know, we'll work together.
Is this somebody you already got, or is it somebody you gotta hire?
We have a part-time person now, we just want to take them to full-time.
Now, are you figuring in the insurance and all on that too, or?
Yes, sir.
Can we do 10, Mr. Chairman?
I'm fine with 10.
You want to do 10? All right.
That
Ms.
work
Nina,
for you?
10
Yes, sir.
10 on that new position line item, or just changing from
Huh?
part-time to
full,
full-time?
Mark,
I'm sorry.
No, we were talking amongst
Okay.
ourselves.
before you run off, what is that second, the item below the dog kennels? It says demo and install flooring for front entrance. Where?
At the jail. At the jail. That was a request made by the new captain. We've got some deflections in there. That floor's got it's just not a
Is
good
it
looking
concrete?
entrance. It is VCT tile on top of concrete. So we're looking at demoing out the VCT and putting LVP down, which reduces your maintenance cost on it also. Because you no longer have to wax, you don't wax an LVP floor.
Miss Nina, you throw a number up, just make sure I'm still with you.
67,925.
Thank you.
What's the board's pleasure on the flooring for the entrance to the jail? Everybody's looking at their shoes.
Well, how important,
The dog kennels or the jail?
Well, we're gonna go back to them. We just happened to kind of get off target there, but
Yeah, I
we're
was
at,
just trying to figure out which building we were talking about.
Yeah, it's the jail, it's the entrance to the jail, and that will do the main offices, the whole foyer area, that hallway down, there's a visitation hall. There's a lot of square footage there. I mean, if it's something y'all want to take a break, we'll walk over there and look at it, and then y'all can make a good decision. I'm happy with that, you know? But it was a request by the new captain of the jail when she went in
I
there.
mean, I'm trusting what they're saying. I don't,
well, that jail's expensive.
Yes, it is.
oh, you're
Well, there's
just,
a lot of square footage there.
Man.
A ton of square footage there.
Well, you got 46,000 there, you come on down, you got security screens, 52.5 there,
we need the video.
40,000 for the lighting and the video, plus the video on top of that. Holy cow.
And there's some of these items I'm quite sure that could be put off to another year or something like that. If you want to do that, that's y'all's choice. These requests were made to me and I'm making them to y'all. Now, I'll tell you one thing, the Proteus lighting system, that Microlight Proteus lighting system, I don't think that you really have an option on that one. This last year, we had a computer failure on it, the software in it, and the hard drive only talked to Windows XP.
Well, can we table the floor and tackle the?
Hey, I want to tackle what's important, what you got to have right now.
I would say that lighting system has to be addressed.
So can we address the floor next year? Will that work?
I can bring it
Or
back to
table
you.
it- or
I can
table
bring
it
it
till
back
later?
to you next year. I don't see a half-inch deflection safety hazard in the floor at this point. It's an aesthetic thing more than anything else, but yes, I
We'll get
can bring
another
it.
year out of
I
it
can get you another year out of it.
and
Yes, sir.
tackle the lighting?
Good.
Yes, sir.
That'd be awesome.
Ms. Nina, we have a consensus on the lighting. That's,
40,000.
40,000. Let's back up to the dog kennels, gentlemen, real quick. Install 32 new dog kennels in an existing open-air barn at the Animal Control Services, 40,000.
Is that a good number?
Yeah, it's just,
Block work, that's
Yeah.
to go in a slab that we have now and just replace everything that's there with block up to a certain height.
I got you.
What happened, Commissioner White, is that a lady, a couple of years ago, she donated some kennels, but they're wood, and the dogs are in the wood and fencing
Eating it
around
up.
it, and they're just, it's deteriorating. And we built that shelter over it to kind of help, protect it, but it's, like I said, we just need some blocks in there to make some sure enough kennels for the dogs.
I'm good with that.
We have consensus, gentlemen?
Yes, sir. I'm good.
We have consensus, Ms. Nina, on the kennels at 40,000.
So we're at 7 what?
New total for us?
787,925.
Now we're down to replacing the shingle portion of the Suwannee County Health Department.
The bulk of the roof had been converted to metal roofing. We have a section in there, unfortunately, because of the angle and the cut and the design, metal will not work. You can't put it in there. You'll end up having more leaks than you bargained for. So I got numbers on it. That roof is about 20 years old, and it's pretty rough. We got some minor leaks now that we battle on that roof right now, so I don't see that really is an option either. When your roof leaks, you got to fix.
I'm 20, you said 20-year-old, it's 20 years
Oh,
old?
it's a little over 20 years
I'm
old.
good with that,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, we have consensus.
Yes.
Consensus on the roof, Ms. Nina, at 45,000.
Now, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir?
Mr. Durham, this is my first time doing this. When we approve 45, if you go out and you get it done for 40, what happens to the other 5?
That remainder stays on that line, goes back into general revenue at the end of the year. Isn't that right, when they do line item cleanup?
But you do bid it out and. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah,
or-
yeah. Yeah, it has to go out.
I gotcha. I'm good with that.
Okay.
Next item, install exterior security screens, interior bar covers, inmate cell grass.
Well, that actually was glass, but it's okay. It says grass. It was not grass. They probably would want some grass in there, but they don't have none.
They want some grass every time you walk on it.
That was a request by the new captain of the jail, actually. I think the interior was the biggest issue, wasn't it? I know the outside,
Well, remember I was telling you about the security cameras on the backside? That's where we had the problem with them. They break a little piece of the window out, and then they would throw a line out there, and someone would sneak.
Get the grass, they get the grass.
get the
in.
grass, there you go.
Get the grass, so.
Through the glass.
The exterior is the main one I'm looking at.
Well, and not to cut you off.
Well, the other, go ahead.
The interior was, to me, seemed to be the bigger issue with your new captain over there, because the inside of those cells have bars that run horizontal, and she wanted to seal them up. Well, if you encapsulate that, I don't believe you're going to go through this layer of glass to avoid through that layer of glass to get something outside. You know, I mean, that's just.
But no, they won't be able to, it's small enough where they won't, if they're on the inside, it won't be able to get through on the outside.
Well, there'll be a void of 8 inches, the thickness of a block, from one pane to the next pane. Her concern to me is they can tie something off on those horizontal bars and hang themselves. So you have a safety concern for inmates, and her number one concern with them inmates is their safety. Now, the outside has the issue that you're talking about, so it could be a compounded problem that needs to be addressed in a twofold manner. But that was just the design we were given when we got the jail. You know, that's just how they built it.
So I guess actually we need both, inside and outside, you know.
Can we just put a steel plate over it?
You gotta have a certain amount of sunlight comes in, you know, to be accredited, yeah.
They got more rights than the citizens that pay for them to be there.
Yes, sir, buddy.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
And that was the numbers that we came up with the screens. Now, this was 4 or 5 months ago, and those screens are exterior, and they gotta be stainless or aluminum, probably stainless. I don't think you could do aluminum on that because it's easy enough to tear up. But you can't put steel because it's gonna rust, and then the outside of your building will have all these pretty little streaks on it.
This is over the windows you're talking about.
Yeah, these are over the windows, yes, sir. So, did I write grass?
I thought it was the outside walk areas.
Well, I'm trying to help these inmates out every chance I get. We want to kind of calm them down a little bit.
Need recliners
Give
too?
them some grass to smoke.
No,
Give them some grass to mow.
Yeah,
they got
They
that.
got roads full of it.
yeah.
Give them a sling blade.
They need one. Can we go to Lowe's and buy a bunch of them little trash picker uppers and put them down the highway?
We can help Randy. We just get them yard rakes and they can grade roads. What the heck?
There you go. Is that something that has to be done this year? Absolutely. I mean, we're down to 7.
I'm going to defer to the.
Let me do this, gentlemen. Let's put this off till tomorrow. I'm gonna make a trip this afternoon to the jail to look at a couple of things, and I'm gonna get them to show me that too, and I'll report back to y'all. How about that? Can we look at that?
That'll work.
Chief Williams, can we look at that?
Yeah, and on those screens, Suwannee glass, I did get one of a sample that goes into the outside. It's aluminum that's powder coated. Guys, what happened is they actually took a drill with a hole, like a doorknob saw, and went right through that plexiglass. That plexiglass is degrading. It's pretty old, and they can fish through that 8 inches or anything else with a clothespin and toilet paper that's weighted. It's something that we need to look at for sure.
How'd they get a drill?
No, on the outside.
Oh, on the outside.
Someone would come, that's why we need the cameras.
Yeah.
They come up the outside and drill a hole, and then they put the line through there, and they tie something on it, and they pull it back
Call
up.
it fishing.
Fishing.
So do they cross that barbed wire fence?
They crawl under the
They,
fence.
well, they crawled under the fence.
And somebody got that much nerve to do stuff like that?
God.
We're going to, but I'm gonna I'm gonna look at
never
that,
thought
I'm gonna
you'd
look
have
at
to
the
keep
flooring, I'm
people
gonna
out
look
of
at the
jail.
video, situation, and I'll give y'all an
Don't
update
you have to
tomorrow.
keep people out of a jail?
You can walk with us, so I'm gonna have a
I ain't
chief.
doing anything.
Betty wants to speak.
That's a good idea. I'm good with that. Perfect.
Okay, that's fine. You go when we go. Okay. Come, Miss Betty, did you have a comment?
Well, actually, I was just here with regards to the custodian position, which affects the Bradford Library. And I think you approved,
They did approve
I think you approved.
We got that covered.
Say
Yes, ma'am.
what I was gonna say, so I won't say that. I do wanna say that, the library's budget, the monies that you contribute with regards to helping the library, those pass-through funds classify as eligible for state aid matching funds. So that half a position or what have you, that makes sense. We have it over at Darling Park, we have one here. But when I make application and let them know how much money you have spent on public libraries, then you're also able to use those as matching funds, which means you get some back in it. Last year it was 1.64 cents on the dollar.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Moving ahead to the EMS building improvements.
Eddie already had that in his budget, I think, didn't you, Eddie?
Yeah, those next two items are already in there, the 12,000 and the 15,000, so you can scratch those.
Yep.
Thank you. Moving ahead to hangar construction. Mr. Scott, you may want to come explain yourself.
Hey, you might want to get a fireman's bulletproof vest that you just got.
This is more for discussion. I mean, we need more hangars at the airport, obviously. And money is trickling down through the FAA, but us lay people, sometimes we hear about CARES money and other money is coming down to the county, $8 million here and $9 million there, whatever the number is. We're just asking to get on the list if there's a list. We've got two places, if they qualify, the ball fields improvements, doing infrastructure upgrades, and also the airport for hangars. To me, it's all about reinvesting money. When we're getting some money in, let's reinvest it where it's going to make some money for us, whether economically or revenue straight out. So that's the conversation I wanted to have is if we got money coming, let's make sure we're putting it where we're going to get a return on the investment. And certainly, we could use in both pots economically. So again, I don't even know if that would qualify in those categories. I'm not sure what's out there, but it's about the conversation.
Yes, sir. It's on our radar now, and we got it on the.
I'm interested.
Thank you.
We will mark that for further discussion tomorrow as we move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
I like his thinking.
Mr. Scott,
Investing.
just stay right here, unless we're going to skip down to the ballpark construction. You can explain that to us, too.
Same thing, the new fields, with the new property we bought, we're in the planning stages for those. We are waiting on a topo to be able to do more planning. The idea is to start doing infrastructure as soon as we can, so that when we can get grants to make improvements, or if the county makes an investment in it also, then we can go ahead and start moving on some space.
This is the new property that we bought?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
How many acres was that again?
That's 70 acres.
70 acres, yes, sir.
What we would start with is soccer fields and grow it. I've challenged our staff to look at tournament opportunities. Just went to a tournament. This is totally different scale than that we've got because we don't have the hotels. But granddaughter went to a tournament in South Alabama, 300 teams almost, looking about $15 million to the economy. Lake City's got a good handle on tournaments, and it's about economics. You're seeing what they're doing over there. You see the hotels, you see the restaurants and things that's happening. I know that there are some properties close to talking, at least they keep looking at adding hotels. We're getting some spillover tournaments now at our facility we have now, but when we do things, we do it a different quality sometimes than other people do, and people like coming to us. We just don't have as many opportunities as far as ball field spaces, but we need to grow into that. I'm not saying we need to turn the key tomorrow and all of a sudden we got, 10 more fields. But we need to start planning for that for the future. 32 years ago, whenever I came, we started talking about this is a 20-year project at the Sportsplex. We're past that. So we need to start planning for the future. And again, I harp on it all the time, but it's economics that drives the train. Get people to come in town, spend their money here and go home. That's good for our community.
Absolutely.
Well, while you're there on the ballparks, me and you've discussed town of Brantford down there and their ballparks.
Right.
Is there anything we can do down there short of them giving us them ballparks?
We have offered opportunity for them to participate with us. Obviously, it's all about the dollar. If they get $130,000, $160,000 from the county, and they think that we're going to get it instead of them, that's a concern. Town of Brantford also wants control, which I get, I understand, I respect that. I've told them before, it's got to work for them as well as it's got to work for us. There's grants out there they could apply for, like we do. We do it in-house, and mentioned Jason this morning with the fairgrounds and what he's done out there, writing his grants. We're doing our piece to make that stuff happen. But for Brantford, we're glad to provide expertise if they want it.
Well, I was getting to that grant writing. Would y'all help them write the grants?
We can help some, but it's that steering them in the right direction. They got to have that key person that can do the legwork on some of that. But certainly, we've offered before to help them. They usually hire a grant writer to do that, and they take a percentage off the money.
Well, I mean, you got to understand my position in this, and I get to hear it all the time down there. They look at what y'all got up here.
Mm-hmm.
You know how big District 5 is. There's a pile of taxpayers in that end of the county.
Right.
And they see you got a covered rodeo arena, you got nice ball fields, you got a splash pad.
Right.
We don't have any of that.
Right. If we did it, we could do that for them too.
That's my point. That's where I'm headed with this.
Right.
I mean, that's my end goal, is to have that moved into the rec department.
Right.
But
I would, I have witnessed those fields there. My 6 or 7-year-old son, we had to travel down there to play Brantford's one team. And I'm sure you've seen them at some point, but it was awful. Awful. I mean, literally, I felt like we were playing in a cow pasture. It was terrible.
And I'm just trying to look out for my end of the county.
Right,
That's
right.
what they hired me to do, and that's what I'm trying to do.
Right.
Mr. Scott, just to clarify, though, you're saying that it's not that they wouldn't have a problem with us taking care of the fields and maintaining them, but that money that they get is kind of keeps them going, so it would.
Right.
Well, they don't want to
Beforehand,
give up the money. If they give up the ball fields, they give up the money.
Right, that's what I'm saying, so that's the problem with us getting.
We touched on that earlier this morning about the accountability of
Yes, that's why I want that.
Right.
But
where it goes.
And no disrespect to people in Brantford,
I get it.
but they are trying the best they can. They rely on volunteers. Luckily, here we have paid staff, and that's part of why the fields are different. But in order to make improvements with grant money, you got to write the grants and make it happen. So the grants are out there. Sometimes they should be aware of them. It happens every year about the same time. It's the same process every year. It gets a little bit more tricky sometimes, but we'll be glad to help them help themselves as they want us to.
Understood.
Maybe, Mr. White, you can
Talk them into it.
get that together.
Mr. Scott,
I kind of got the gist of that.
Yep.
Mr. Scott, when you said spillover, is it, or what you're talking about are teams, when Lake City, Columbia hosts very large tournaments, that tournament overflows over here to play on our
Yes,
fields?
right.
Because,
Right.
so,
Yeah. We also have almost twice a month, adult, softball, whether it's co-ed or men's league, that come and have tournaments here also. They just come here. Now, in the last year especially, we've got so many requests for use of space, we can't accommodate all those people. And what we find, you got different organizations that host tournaments, USSSA and other ones that are looking for ball fields to use. But, we were booked up with everything we had going on.
So,
The other piece of that, let me just real quick, when we designed the fields, back 30 years ago, we designed them so we could play football and soccer in the outfields. And that was where we get more bang for the buck. When we got everything set up for soccer, and we got 350 kids playing soccer, we can't host the baseball piece because moving things back and forth. We use portable fencing so we can change from a T-ball field to an adult softball field. It works out well for us, but everything's an investment.
well, that's what I'm trying to get to down at the south end of the county. If we could get those fields to look like your fields, and when y'all were booked up, couldn't we spill that over down
Yes.
to that end?
Right. Both from Lake City that way and from us.
But that's why I want to look at it too, is just the same reason you're talking about, is the
Right.
economic development part of it.
Right. We want that part of the county to be just as successful as the other parts, and we will do everything we can to make that happen. We want to make sure that the citizen doesn't care, they write their check, and they don't care whose name's on the front gate. It's all about whether it's a state park, water management area, county, or city facility. They want it right when they get there. And we owe that to them. They're writing the checks. They're putting the gas in the trucks. They're buying their trucks. They're flipping on the lights for us. So it's all about returning.
But just to get down to brass tacks on it, the only way the county's gonna deal with that down there is if the county controls what's down there. And from
Probably
a
so.
legal aspect
Right.
of that, does that mean the town has to deed that to the county? How does that work? Does anybody here know?
You could, when it comes to writing grants and that sort of thing, I mean, we write
just has to be
grants.
publicly owned.
Right. We write grants for the city of Live Oak on their parks we maintain. It'd be entering into an agreement with the town of Brantford, we were going to maintain your facilities for you. We would still go to, like the city, we go to them for approval for writing grants that goes through their books. So it doesn't.
So the
go
town
through
of Brantford could still own the fields?
Yes.
But Parks and Recreation would be in control of it?
Right.
Thank you.
And we've got, you got Hatch Park, you got Jenkins Park, you got the trail, and you've got,
Jenkins.
you've got the Ivy Memorial also.
Yeah.
So depends on what pieces they wanted to do.
I'll just bring it to their attention and we'll see where we go with it.
Good. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Backing up real quick to that, did we ever finish discussion on the bridge maintenance item?
No.
100,000?
We're gonna have to fund something. I mean, just pick a number, it doesn't matter to me what it is.
Let's do half of it for now. How
50,
about
that's
that?
what I was gonna say.
I'm fine with that, we just have got to be able to demonstrate that we're performing some maintenance on some of these bridges.
We have consensus?
yes, sir.
Ms. Nina, we have consensus at 50,000 on the bridge maintenance. Would you give us a new total, please?
692, 925.
692,925.
Where was that? I can't even remember now.
It's on right above your sign shop.
Yeah, it's right above, the next item above that. We've got that for further discussion, so we'll move past that for the moment.
3?
Going to page 4, Mr. Harris, four-man construction crew for chip seal roads.
That, I mean, it's just a big question. Your primary business is roads when it comes to the calls that you get. It's all about road. I mean, aside from code enforcement, it's all about roads and what can be done to my road. When we started the chip seal business years ago, we were primarily just in the maintenance business, and that's really the big business that we're in. But chip seal is a major improvement for us, but we cannot perform enough of it. You know, we scraped and pulled and put a small crew together that we try to keep dedicated to building the chip seal roads. If we had to bid all of that out, we could not afford it. We could absolutely not do it because the major work is in the sub-base and base. That's the hard part and the time-consuming part, and that's what we do.
And it has to be done in the summertime, is that correct, when the temperature's higher, or does it matter?
The actual surface has to be applied when it's warmer. Now, they can do it in the fall until it starts getting really cold, and then we end up waiting for a few months till it warms up again. But our work can be done
Anytime.
pretty much year-round unless it's raining
And
15 inches a day like it has been, but
I guess that's the cost savings too of us doing that, because we use a lot of our own machinery, manpower, and our resources. as far as-
that's what we do. But I don't have enough manpower and equipment to continue doing it.
What does the mowing guys do in the winter when we're not mowing?
Weed eaters, bridges, guardrails, cleaning around signs, working in the right-of-way, those types of things.
But you got plenty to keep them busy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They're on weed eaters and pole saws, and they're out there working in the right-of-ways year-round.
According to this number I'm looking at, the vacancies, I mean, we must only be funding like one person. You must have almost enough for 3 people.
Here's what we've done. I've got vacancies that I've been carrying for a long time. So I'm saying, let's take some of these vacancies and use those for the biggest part of this. I'm going to tell you 2 things that are missing that I discovered later. One is a flagman. We're going to have an additional flagman. So if you take that number that's in here,
50,811.
you need to add another $37,221 to that, and then you need to add a $30,000 for a pickup truck to get these people out there to the job site. And then the equipment, now understand, there's also that equipment number on this other page, was 91,000, I think. And that was for, I believe, 3 pieces of equipment. They're listed on there, a grader, a loader, and something else.
What's your,
Roller.
what's your time period on, I mean, equipment's hard to come by. How long will it take us to get that equipment if we order it today?
It's gonna be lease equipment though, isn't it? So, some of it.
Yeah, some of this stuff, I can't answer the question for you.
I understand.
I can get you an answer.
Yeah, I understand. And then the 50,811 plus the 37,211, that's 87, no, that's 90,000. That's a recurring. And that's just.
That's correct.
That'll recur, that 90 grand will occur every year.
That is correct.
Well, actually, you're talking about 208,000, which some of that's not reoccurring, but for this talk, it's about $208,000.
Yeah, you can budget, like I said, we can budget all day long for additional chip seal and repairing roads. But if we don't have the manpower to do it, then we don't need to.
These are going to be dedicated to just doing base work, prepping roads, fixing roads.
They're going to also, well, the reason I brought this up too was that we've got 3 collection sites a year that we need to modify. So they would go in there and do the clearing and grubbing and build the base that we need for extending that asphalt. Those sites are little donuts. They need to be longer to accommodate the compactors and those roll-off containers. So, and then solid waste would have to write a check to reimburse the road department for that part of the work.
How much do you have in other vacancies you've been holding off on to add to that 50, to that 90,000?
Let me
And do you mind me asking what
see if
vacancies?
I put my notes in here. It might be behind the tab in here.
And do you mind asking what vacancies those are, and if you think that those vacancies are going to come back to us in future years as
No,
needing to be filled?
Some of them are not. One thing that I did was I had some positions, some supervisor positions that When the men retired, I just kept them and held on to them, waiting to see if we were going to need them, and we didn't. So some of those were supervisor positions. One of them, I mentioned the other day, one of you was in the shop, and we didn't hire that position back, and we had some out there in the field in the road department that we didn't fill. So I'd been carrying some of those vacancies for a number of years.
So how much money do we got that we've carried to help try to get this going? I'll make sure that if we do this, that you got enough.
All right, give me a second here.
We can come back to it if we need to.
That's what I was fixing to
It
say.
may
is-
be behind page 38, or tab 38. Let me just look and see if
We
my
need to
notes
come
are
back. I just want to make sure he's got enough. We do this, we need to make sure we got enough money.
Well, I was just gonna say, I think we should come back to it tomorrow and finish it up on that one, where everybody can think about it a little bit
Fair enough.
this evening, and we'll clean it up tomorrow.
That's fair
And
enough.
if you got another comment or something you want to make, but we got a couple other small items we can get out of the
Let's knock
way.
them out.
And it's like to try to get everybody out of here by 4:30.
Mr. Harris, we'll come back to that. We can come back to that tomorrow.
Okay.
Did you have a final comment you wanted to make right this second, or are you good with tomorrow? I didn't know if you had something up.
I'm good with tomorrow. I think my notes are in here. If you look behind tab 38, it's actually in your book. If you look in your book behind tab 38,
It's not in 38. That's not in 38. That's behind the other.
okay, but if you look in behind tab 38, and go to the salary page in there, you'll see 5 vacancies in there.
Yeah, I see it at the bottom.
Right. And then you look at, where'd you say these pages were? Oh, the wish list? Yeah, look behind tab 2 and you'll see the breakdown.
So you got 5 positions,
Right.
and you need how many people?
But I can't use all of these vacancies for this purpose. That's why I also need to add another flagman. Some of these vacancies have to be filled. It'll take 5 people,
back to
but again, I'm saving one of those vacancies.
Come back to it.
All right, we're gonna finish that up tomorrow, Mr. Harris. I think we got some. I think we all want to be there. We just got to make sure we can get there. Next item, library complete print management and booking system. I'm fine with that.
Good with it.
Everybody good with that?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're good with that, Ms. Nina. 12951. Recreation Department, building improvement, carport, concrete for shop. That's well needed. I'm good with that. Everybody good with that? Mm-hmm. Mr. Scott says we need it. I trust him.
All right, I'm good with it too.
We good?
Yes, sir, if you need.
Got a
something.
consensus on that, Ms. Nina, 10,000? Ms. Nina, we got a consensus on that million.
Hey.
I was just seeing if she was awake.
Easy.
I was looking up, like, what I missed? Just keeping us all awake, ain't you, buddy?
I thought we were down to
God almighty.
500,000. Where'd he get $1 million from?
Lord.
I tried, Mr. Scott.
It's bobbing, but they're going up and down.
Oh, goodness. Moving ahead to software technology upgrades, 150,000 for the clerk.
The 150 is already in the budget. He's just asking to move it out of the board's budget over into his budget, and then he's asking for another 203,920 to
That's
go
it
with
right
it.
there. What he presented this morning.
Right, that's what he was telling us about
So
on
it's
his paper.
203,920 is the question.
That's the payroll stuff?
That's the time clock, the whole,
Finance, time clock, budgeting, invoicing, everything.
I mean, I felt like he made a pretty good case for it. I don't see no.
I'm
not
just
happy.
telling you, if the time clock will work, I think it's worth it.
Yeah, I mean, we got guys filling out time clocks with pencils. I've seen that myself.
We have consensus?
Yes, for me you do.
Yes, for me.
We have consensus, Ms. Nina, $203,920.
Boy, we spent that real quick.
I'm fixing to tell y'all what mine and Commissioner Fleming and Mr. Hale's budget usually is. She's fixing to tell us.
Yeah.
This is where we start. What you got? 466,054.
See if that matches me.
Now, what have we not covered?
A lot.
Outside agencies have.
That's coming tomorrow.
That's gonna be 130.
So you can take, that's,
Ms.
leaves
Mandy, do
you
you have that outside agency list?
120,
right now or
ain't
no?
it?
Do you have a copy of that list?
How much is it?
Can I see that?
Ms. Nina, what'd you have 54? I had 56.
I don't have it right. I just.
Tab 3.
Tab-
Tab 3.
669,974
Thank you.
minus 203,920.
920. Oh, I did 918.
130
Oh,
grand.
what I meant is the schedule for it.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I was vague.
I've got it somewhere. Here it is.
Just don't, thank you. Did we have anything else at this
What are
time?
you looking at?
I was just looking at a schedule. This is for tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to get a little ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get off task.
So you take 130 off the 466, leaves you 336 after the outside agencies.
Oh, he's got
And that could change a little bit.
Yeah, I
Sometimes
get it.
you
I'm just
add
saying
a
in
little
round
bit.
numbers,
Say take what off?
130.
Okay.
Leaves us 336 roughly.
336 off 54.
Okay.
We,
Any questions?
just thoughts, I guess, just, what'd you say if you're taking that out? What does that leave you with?
336
336 roughly.
roughly.
We're talking about.
About for tomorrow for the outside agencies.
Just guesstimate.
Just seeing where we're at.
We still got a few big ones here to tackle, and I know all y'all guys been, or a couple of you guys been talking about roads. Did we, just for food for thought, if we want to move any more money over to chip seal projects?
If we, tomorrow, you can't hear me. Tomorrow, if y'all agree to go with another road paving crew, then I think we absolutely need to move some more funds over to the chip seal. I mean, if we're gonna hire folks and buy some equipment, then I hope that we got plenty of funds to get after fixing some roads and have the money sitting there to do it, to buy the chip seal line at 375. That's just me. If we go,
I wouldn't add more than maybe 200,000 because, again, I've still got the Coliseum and Suwannee Lake and all of those that I brought to you the other day, or whenever it was.
Those are already
Yeah.
budgeted, right?
Those are budgeted.
Yeah,
So if you
yeah.
added 200,000 to it, we'd
I,
have,
and
a full
I had like
plate.
150 in mind, but that's,
Well, 150. You'd
Yeah.
still, yeah. 'cause
Ms.
that-
Nina, what did we have, just to, from my memory, what did we have left over when we got done last year in contingency?
It wasn't a lot, I remember.
And the only reason I keep that on the forefront, I mean,
Seven something?
Mr. Harris, am I right? Having that extra money there, I mean, we've had to dip into that for storm use, cleanup, et cetera. I just want to be mindful of it. I just don't want to take it down to zero
Yeah, we have.
and leave us stranded in case of an emergency.
Well, see, I thought we had consensus that we were going to use the was it 8.75 mils?
390. Guys, we're right there at it.
Yep.
And we should have about 750 grand in contingency.
Yeah, 390,449
We're there. We're less than there.
current year.
That's what I had in my mind. That's why I was getting nervous.
Oh, we've done that before, and it does make you nervous. I mean, you ask a lot of times, well, why do you carry projects over from time to time? That's why. I look at where we are and what I see coming, and something crazy happens, and we stop big projects.
But I mean, we funded a lot of stuff there that probably needed to be taken care of that you've probably been putting off for a long time. Vehicles and equipment and
Oh, there's a lot
the like.
more vehicles that we need, but we can't fund them all. If you look in the road department, for example, go look at all the old trucks there.
I've
We're
seen-
replacing motors and transmissions and everything else in between. But there's only so much we can do. If you're going to deal with a lot of this overnight and tomorrow, think about relocating that road department, because it's a long haul, wasting time and money driving through town every day with all those dump trucks to get to where we are. When you're running 6 loads a day through town in each truck, you're just throwing money
Well,
away.
once you get past this contingency here, you're into the CARES money.
That's correct. In fact, Mr. Stapleton will tell you, when we had that meeting with Mr. Powell, didn't he say this is a great opportunity to take care of your capital projects?
Yes.
They're not going to be a recurring expense. That's precisely what he suggested. And apparently that's what other counties are doing too, so this would be a great time to do it.
And I don't disagree with that,
that other taking out of this.
but I want to fix roads.
That's how you do it. You reduce the amount of time they're driving through town. You got 10 dump trucks driving through town all
I
day
mean, we
long.
got some serious road problems in this county.
I agree. And if we can shorten the distance between the mine and where they're stockpiling that stuff, you'd be better off. And I'm talking about longer term. I'm not talking about all the benefit in 1 year, but I'm saying longer term, that's where we need to be.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I mean, we could be more efficient located somewhere else, but I just know, we got a lot of major road problems. 137 is as bad as any of them, and we got water sewer that we're putting out there that's going to attract more business. So and I know that we can't tackle that by ourselves, but we got a lot of chip seal, a lot of heavily traveled roads. I mean, there's roads all in Dallin Park that have houses on 1 acre lots that I'd like to get road graders off of. Right there in Dallin Park, but.
Well, we got some long roads on my end that if you chip sealed them, you're going to eliminate some road graders.
Well, and I
That's
don't know how you
that are
guys are looking
depreciating
at it.
assets.
I don't know how you guys looked at it, but I think what you were saying, when I started looking at, trying to identify some problematic roads, it's those little short, dead-end dirt roads and that take up a lot of the road graders' time, and my idea was to keep them off of that and on these longer roads more often, just because there's so much money to do one of those, but.
So you're saying pave your roads and send the road?
No, I'm just saying, early on, which has been
I thought
several
we
years since
paved all
I've had a
his
chip
roads.
seal, but, we had done some little, these roads wasn't 2/10, 3/10 of a mile, but these road graders are going down them, it just didn't make no sense.
You done a lot inside the city limits, which was good.
Yeah.
Not a lot, but I'm saying
His whole district's paved. What are you talking about?
Limits?
over like by the Fletcher, that little short piece.
Oh, yeah, just, okay, it's out, I think it's just outside the line.
Well, I mean.
But it's right there
in
close,
town
yeah,
is
but
what I'm saying. Not- I don't mean
that's
to
the
be
kind of
done
roads I was
city
talking
limits.
about. Yeah, it's just good to have a road
They have to
grader
drive.
come from River Road to Noble's Greenhouse to do a 2/10 of a mile road.
Yeah, well, that's the same kind of roads in Dallin Park.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's house.
You know who's got the best seat in the house?
Right. He don't have
no dirt roads.
And he's been, and with that being said, honestly, that's why, and I didn't mention this earlier, but Clyde did, obviously, when we come create a chip seal budget, he didn't get any of that, so that's why he fights so hard for the Douglas side.
I get it.
That's the reason.
He don't have road problems, he's just got hog problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hogs.
Yeah, I got home.
He does, that's true. We're currently on a 160-year plan for handling all these chip.
All these
seal
chip seal projects. Dang, we're down by a year.
We're doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to conclude our workshop for today. If I have a motion to adjourn, and we will come back in the morning.
So moved.
Have a motion by Commissioner Land,
Thank you, everybody.
or Commissioner
I think
White.
I think we safe to leave these books here tonight.
Yeah.
I second it.
Had a second by Commissioner Land. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.